And in his enthusiasm, he may have forgotten that salient point. But there are some low-hanging fruit which I would wish to draw to the attention of the powers that be. The roadworks, which the purpose is to beautify the nation, I think everyone, as well as to provide employment, I think everyone has seen and everyone has recognized its benefit. However, a concern which I have is the lack of signage for those persons who are doing the works. And the fact is that practically speaking, you have one gentleman, if you're lucky, who is signing, and this is anecdotal, I recognize, but who is signaling you with his hand. There's no signage, there is no slow, there is no stop, there is no go. It is a situation which, heaven forbid, will lead to something harsh happening. And the government is urged to use this as an example in setting the tone for health and safety for how we can show it to be done. The same wardens that we contemplated for the purposes of schools and social distances in COVID could be utilized to give adequate signage for these works. I think it would also send the message that we're taking health and safety culture seriously in this island. But sir, long and short is, this legislation is to be supported. The aim is good. The situation just relates to the actual enforcement and of course the resources and the personnel necessary to ensure compliance. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Kevin Boyce. Senator Reverend Dr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I, like the other senators who have spoken before, have every intention to support the bill, the amendment that is before us, and to commend the government for bringing this to the table. I believe we've heard a lot of things that can be added today, but one of the things that I was reflecting upon as I listened to some of the speeches is that passage from that great sage in Ecclesiastes 1 and verse 4. A generation comes and a generation goes, but the earth remains the same. And this is a reminder to us that we learn from each other as time goes by. And at times it is only a cataclysmic event that forces us to make drastic changes. And what I've been reflecting upon as I listened to the debate in the other place concerning this particular amendment is that how we can be going about in our daily lives quite oblivious to the challenges that face ordinary people in this country every day in their workplaces. And it is not a matter of blaming anyone. It's just a case that in our minds we think that there are some things that are in place. And it's only when legislation like this comes to the fore we realize that it's not. As I listened to the debate in the other place, I empathize with Minister Humphrey when he recounted his early days working in a factory, stuffing pillows, he said, 10 cents a pillow. But it's what was happening in that situation where he made the point that if you got late, your pay can be docked by an hour. Even if you're in the line waiting to punch the card, your pay can be docked for an hour. And it really shows the conditions in which some people function in this country. And we think, and we're just going along and we think it's normative, but that is really exploitation. And then I recalled the story of a young man who was employed in a hardware store somewhere near Bridgetown. And he and some others at the end of the day's work, were transported somewhere into the country to feed the livestock of the owner without any extra time or any extra pay. And these are things that happen, but you need the little work, you need the little pick somebody home depending on it. And so you just bear it. And I think that it is good that this amendment has come to bring some of these things into focus. Likewise, Minister Simmons spoke about a tragedy in this city, not just a few blocks from here, which we all felt as though it was a part of our family. And that came about because the entrance and the exit was one and the same in that building. And strange enough, sir, a few years ago I had that experience. I was asked to bless an establishment not far from here. A young person was setting up a little salon in one of these buildings. And when I walked to where this saloon was, you had to go up some stairs. I didn't even know places like that existed. But when you got there, there was only the one place you came in. And I just thought, what would happen if something happens here? And sadly, a few weeks later, there was a murder not far from that place. And I'm just thinking, what could have happened had it been something else? So these are things that need to be brought into focus. And I'm happy that we have started looking at them at this point in time. Now, it's crop over season, sir. And there's a senator in this chamber who is a practitioner, a Calypsonian. And I had something listed here on my paper that he spoke about earlier, so I don't know if I should speak about it now, but it reflected on something that Minister Simmons spoke about in the other place, where he said, when he came into office in 2018 and toured the airport, some guards there greeted him, begging him to bring about a change in their circumstances, because there were females who did not have any facilities in the places they were called to work. And I do recall the Minister of Agriculture having to do the same for field workers. And it threw my mind back 37 years, in 1985, when a slim boy from St. Philip, singing under the sobriquet Johnny My Boy. I think since then, when he matured, he changed his name. He used his own name, John King, and now he's here with us as the Honorable Senator John King. But I recall the line that he sang in that song, I Want a Plantation, where he said the plantation owner was saying, no toilet facilities, go in the bushes or on the trees, no unnecessary expense. It's time we planters learn the sense. And that was 37 years ago. And in 2022, we are now dealing with these things. But it just shows a generation comes, a generation goes, one day leads into another, and everything just goes on. But I'm happy that we are really putting those people in focus. I wish to deal with this amendment a little deeper, though, Mr. Speaker. To speak to health not only in a physical sense, as some senators have pointed out, it's not only physical, but in the context of the psychological and sociological effects that these conditions can have on the health and the general health of the person and their families. One of the points of reference for the Human Development Index of a country is happiness. Happiness. The state of mind of the person. The state of mind, the state that people are able to experience in that country. And that really brings us to the point of valuing the other. seeing the person as valuable, no matter what job they hold in this society. And I am proud that I was able to be a part of that team that formulated the charter for Barbados last year, which made the point that we acknowledge that we're all created equal in the eyes of the Creator. Because sometimes we can lose sight of that. Our jobs and our social status can cause us to lose sight of the value of people. And that particular line was to encourage us to set our religion aside for a bit. I know I'll get some trouble for this, but I've often said, I don't even know if God cares about religions. I think he cares about the value we put on each other. I think that is what Jesus said in St. John's Gospel when the woman at the well asked him, who's right? We've worshipped on this mountain all our lives and you worship in Jerusalem. Who's right? And Jesus said, the hour is coming and is now here when neither on this mountain nor in Jerusalem you will worship. But those who worship God will worship him in spirit and in truth. You will learn to value the other person. Senator Hines spoke to the evolution of the understanding of the workplace, and I thought that that was a brilliant point. And I agree with her fully in that regard. That is something we really need to pay attention to at this point in time, because the conditions of a person working at home and producing for their boss or their company will have to be taken into account. You have to have the same conditions, the conditions that are conducive to that level of productivity as you would have at the office. So I would like employers to pay attention to that. Senator Nurse spoke to maintenance, and I think that that's an important point as well, because just across the road from here, there's a building. And the bottom floor of that building is sometimes covered with sewage water. And the public goes in there to conduct its business. I think these are things we need to pay attention to, and officers have to be working in there. But I wish to go a little further, Mr. Speaker, to speak of the health and safety, Mr. President, sorry. No, I don't intend to be in that other place. I had the word speak written here, that's why. I want to go a little further to speak to the health and safety of those whose workplaces are the streets of this country. Because sometimes we've been thinking of workplace just as a closed space, but there are people whose workplace is the street. In the past few years, and certainly in the past few days, we've seen how hazardous those workplaces can be. And the question for us all is, what are we doing about the health and safety of those who work on the streets of this country? I agree with Senator Malilou that there's an equal responsibility on all for making the workplace safe. But as Senator Nurse pointed out, the government cannot be regulators and chief offenders at the same time. Who controls that workspace? Who manages that workspace of the street? I don't like to bring Sunday's sermon into the Senate, but I think that Sunday's lectionary gave us an opportunity to reflect on just this. The reading came from St. Luke's Gospel, chapter 10, Mr. President. It's the story of the Good Samaritan. And we've often reflected on that story about the kindness of the Samaritan and the care for one's neighbor and so on. It deals with your neighbor. But Jesus chose a very interesting setting, the road to Jericho. The road to Jericho was dangerous for several reasons. First of all, there's a drastic change in elevation from Jerusalem to get down to Jericho, and so it can affect you physically. It was also seen as very rough terrain. It's a very treacherous road, a place where people can hide, lots of crevices. But in that story, Jesus chose to look at the actions of some Jewish leaders, the priests and the Levite in particular. And the priests there really represented not only the religious class, but the political class, because the priests were part of the Sanhedrin as well. And the Levites would have represented the persons who operate within the temple, the singers and the musicians and the servers and so on. And the point that Jesus was making is that the whole hierarchy of this society passed that man and cared nothing about him. And part of the reason that they cared nothing about him, though he was a fellow Jew, is because they did not consider him to be in their social bracket. And so the road to Jericho was dangerous, not simply because of this drastic change in altitude, nor its rough terrain, but it was dangerous because of the attitudes of the people who traversed it. And I wish to say that our country at this point in time, the streets of our country are very much like the road to Jericho. Because there are some out there who are happy to wait in the crevices and get what they want by whatever means necessary. And there are others of us, I'll say us, who, because we exist in what we consider to be a place of comfort, we pass by. And such persons who are taken advantage of by those bandits are just collateral damage in our society. The challenge for us today as we look at this particular bill, sir, is to recognize that health and safety in that workplace can affect health and safety throughout every workplace in this country. And if we do not seek to fix that, we're going to have a problem in this society. I think we already do. Some will argue, but what can we do? Mr. President, the guns that come into this country, as someone has pointed out, are not manufactured here. Somebody brings them in. They get in via some means. And while we will all like to think that there are clever smugglers in this country who get them in past our authorities, we have to hear the words of Edwin Yearwood in that 1996 Calypso again, Something Greater Than We. He said, the description of drug pushers make them out to look just like we. But can drugs slip into a tight system without any authority? And while small fries like us distributing it and taking life without mercy, take a good look at any system here. Do we look like authority? Change drugs for guns. And so I want to ask the question, I'm just asking questions. Are there people in this country who are so callous, who care so little for their fellow human beings, who do not value their fellow human beings enough that they would do the sort of things to bring things as dangerous as guns into this country to put them in the hands of people who are irresponsible? I would like to think not. But I have to recall another Calypso. It's Calypso season. I remember Mighty Sparrow in 1970, that's 4, I think it was, penned a Calypso called Good Citizen. And he said, the good citizens are those people who care nothing about the poor, make a mockery of the law, and have the law protect them at the same time, while in a million different ways they violate the law. These good, no good bastards who oppress the poor, with their false declarations, tax evasions, defrauding custom duties. These good citizens are the architects of economic slavery. Do we have good citizens in this country? Do we have good citizens in this country? And if we do, it means we have a problem. Why can't we stop them? The Attorney General mentioned only last week that we've pumped $140 million into law enforcement in this country. Why can't we stop these good citizens, if there are any? I'm just asking questions. But then again, I have to go back to Calypso. Back to 1985. 1985 was a seminal year for Calypso. There were some very good ones that year. And I can remember another skinny guy from St. Philip standing on the stage of the National Stadium, dressed as a law enforcement officer, with shackles on his hands. And the first line of his song was, "Tell them untie me. I can't take this misery and I'm getting angry. Obviously, if my hands are tied, I cannot hold anybody. I want to be a good example. I don't want to be like the rest. In the eyes of all the people, I want to do my best, because I know what they're doing ain't right, but my hands tied tight. I can't bring anything to light because my hands tied tight. I'm in a high position, but I can't make a decision. Why? My hands tied, my hands tied, my hands tied up." Are there any people in this country whose hands are tied? I'm just asking questions. Because these questions speak to the health and safety of that workplace, of people who ply their trade on the streets of this country. And I'm just using streets loosely, but people in the general public. And if we do not fix that health hazard, it will affect every other workplace in this country. Because we've already heard the appeals from the Tourism Authority, stop the shooting. And we know what happens. We know what happens, even in good times. You only need one travel advisory and everything is done, you know. One travel advisory. So it really says that we have a problem in this society in terms of how we see each other. Because I keep saying, I listen to a lot of reggae like everyone else. I listen to a lot of calypso. I'm a calypso connoisseur, so. But I keep saying, when I listen to the reggae songs from Jamaica, I listen to them conscious that their reality is not ours. This country has invested too heavily in education. This country has invested too heavily in its people for the type of things that are taking place in our streets to be taking place now. And it bothers me that those whom we've invested so heavily in do not see the damage that they can cause to the entire community. It bothers me. And so we have a health hazard right before us now. And it's nothing that really can be legislated. It has to deal with the attitudes of our people. When Jesus gave the story of the road to Jericho, it was about attitudes. That if you cannot see the other person as your neighbor, this road will always be dangerous. If we do not value the other, the streets of this country where people ply their trade will always be dangerous. So a man can't go karaoke at night to clear his head. Had puff of color last Saturday night, so I wasn't going, I was in bed, sir. But I'm just saying, you think of all these mass gatherings and the mindset of people. Those are workplaces too. And we have to pay attention to those workplaces because, as I said, if we do not deal with the hazards there, it will affect every other workplace. And so I encourage us. I support the legislation fully, and I recognize that as time goes by, we will have to add and build and build as we become more mature as a society. Because, you know, as I said, one generation learns from another, so it just seems as though life moves on, and it's only when something cataclysmic happens or when some generation decides, let's take a step back and look at where we are, that we realize how much needs to be changed. And so I am happy that we have taken this step at this time. But I want us to pay close attention to that workplace out there on the streets, where people ply their trade. A workplace that needs to be safe for the development of our people and for the betterment of our country all around. And so, Mr. President, I wish to thank you for granting me the little time to say those few words. I just pray that as Barbadians, we can all come together to shape the type of society that is safe and healthy for the development of our people, and more so for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator, the Reverend Dr. Rogers. Senator, Mr. Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I too rise to support these amendments. And I want to first begin by quoting my late grandmother. She used to say, someone's statements brought joy to her heart. And as I listened to Senator Malalu, he brought joy to my heart because he referred to a statement written, Mr. President, at the beginning of this act, sections A and B. And section A said, an act to make provision for securing health, safety, and welfare of persons at work, and B, for protecting other persons against the risk to health and safety in connection with the activities of persons at work. And he's absolutely right, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the last 2.5 years, we have been part of the global pandemic, and there is no doubt that safety in the workplace doesn't rest only with the employers. It rests with the employees and all of those who participate. And there is no question, Mr. President, that vaccination, while it will not stop one from catching COVID-19, it certainly, Mr. President, reduces the severity of the disease and the burden on our healthcare system. And those who are listening, those who work in our healthcare institutions who are unvaccinated, who will take the vaccine to travel when it was required, should do so to work. Mr. President, Section 52 of the Act speaks to ventilation. And I stood on the 3rd floor of the QEH and watched equipment demolishing what looked like a structurally sound building to replace by a really important national monument. And I was saddened because while I am very proud of what has replaced it, I thought, here's a building that is being demolished because of issues with air quality and all that came with it. And I'm afraid, Mr. President, that if the measures laid out in this act are not enforceable, we'll be doing that in a few years to many more buildings. And the cycle will continue. And, Mr. President, it may not only be a problem of maintenance, as Senator Nurse has said, it may be as fundamental as design. And while the buildings are being built taller and they may look no more modern, we have to ask, are they really relevant for our climate? And can we really afford to maintain them in the way that they should be maintained when they're built in a particular way? This section of the Act, Mr. President, going onward, speaks about underground rooms. And we keep seeing around Barbados where now the cost of construction has rocketed. Persons are excavating basements and converting them into office space. But this Act lays out, Mr. President, what such spaces can be used for. And in fact, there's a threshold at which the such spaces can only be used for storage and not for actual occupation by persons, Mr. President. And I wish to draw that to everyone's attention because it has implications for healthcare. Mr. President, Senator Hines spent considerable time speaking about the changing workplace, and we are already seeing the effects of moving persons from a defined workspace in a building and have them work individually from their homes. And there are risks which exist at home that might not have existed in workplace. And it is taking not only a toll in terms of on persons' physical bodies, but on their mental state, Mr. President. And the Act alone will not protect us, and there has to be some moves made to get people back into that workspace. It is very hard work doing the same thing 5 days a week in the same space and not leaving it for 24 hours. It's almost like a prison sometimes. Now, I want to move, Mr. President, into my area of specialty. I mentioned to the Deputy President earlier that there was an act in the UK called the Workmen's Compensation Act, and I think it came into effect in 1923. It's almost 100 years. And when it was first introduced, there were lots of objectors, and it's been amended. I think the last amendment might have been 2001. But it's an insurance policy, Mr. President, that provides for compensation for persons who are injured in the workplace, not necessarily by loss of limb, but a person might have been blinded in the workplace or have lost a hearing or had lung injury from mining. And there's a process of assessment and compensation. And our national insurance scheme, Mr. President, remarkably has such provisions. I made an inquiry because I thought I had stumbled, well, I had experience in the UK. I thought I had stumbled on something different. And remarkably, within our national insurance provisions, there is provision for compensation from injury, not just for people who are declared medically unfit and can't work. So there are a number of elderly people, mostly gentlemen, who work in sugar factories, who are deaf and who are unable, Mr. President, to afford the hearing devices. And remarkably, the National Insurance Scheme provides for coverage for devices and compensation for such things. Whether they're eligible because of the time now, I don't know. I say that, Mr. President, because if there is no compliance, Mr. President, with the requirements of this Act, and there's no enforcement, we will have the Act in place, and the people, the workers, will continue to bear the brunt of the consequences. And I want to give a specific example, Mr. President. This Act speaks to protection from noise and vibration. And it speaks to testing of persons who work in certain environments. And I'm aware that the GIA have in the past tested persons regularly. I don't know if they still do. I think the Barbados Port Inc. might also have done so. But Mr. President, every policeman in this country is required to qualify. Nobody tests policemen. And the special services who are required to train regularly and they don't train in silence, get plenty noise exposure. And you might well find that there are persons who will end up with permanent hearing loss in whom it could have been prevented had they been tested. So I call upon the authorities, Mr. President, where government is responsible, that they should put in place the things to do the testing. Whether it's blood tests for workers who are exposed in factories or in government offices, and not wait for when there's a crisis. Not wait for when a building is overwhelmed with mold to test persons. But do the regular servicing. Mr. President, I work in a hospital where, on occasion, some of the most expensive real estate in this country, and there's no question that the third floor of the QEH is the most expensive real estate per square foot in this country. And I challenge anyone to tell me that it isn't. It's where the largest operating suites are located in this country. And we know how much per hour you pay in operating rooms. So it's the most expensive real estate per square foot. And that real estate has on occasion had to be closed because it was overwhelmed because of problems with air quality. And Senator Nurse's statements about programs to service and maintain government property is really relevant. Mr. President, a former Attorney General had a problem in the registry of the courts with mold. And there was a vote in Parliament, and funding was provided for annual servicing of the air conditioning system. And after a couple of years, it stopped. And the money used to be sent back to the Treasury. And it just says, Mr. President, that even if you put the funding in place, unless there is a system or systems in place that can be checked, and it becomes part of the normal thing, Mr. President, the problems continue. Mr. President, we saw it in the new Supreme Court building. It's as recent as that. New building was built, and just outside the warranty period, there are air quality problems. And the government spent a large sum of money fixing it, hopefully. But unless these things are maintained, Mr. President, and there are schedules for regular maintenance and inspection and air quality, the companies that will grow because of the needs to maintain these places and to test them will continue to grow, but the workers in the places will continue to suffer. Now, I want to speak very briefly on compliance. I think it was Senator Harewood who spoke of the lack of compliance and seeing people working in tall buildings without the necessary safety equipment. And I was pleased, Mr. President, over the last 3 weeks, while working on the third floor of the QEH, to see that there's a company doing the painting of the QEH, and every worker who is up on that building is attached to a harness. Everyone. Yesterday, I saw a man walking the planks without a harness, and I saw him being called to the side, and he had to put his harness on. And I felt really happy that a company that is working, there's no company that can work close to the A&E than that company because they're right on the property. They will insist that despite the proximity to the accident emergency department, that the men do the right thing. And that has to be a standard which should be applied across the board, Mr. President. There's no reason why anyone should be working on a tall building in the company or even for government that has been in existence for a while and doing the job and not adhere to the health and safety regulations. It only adds to our cost, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Mr. Millard. Her Honor, Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to support the measure before the chamber and to make some observations in what I think has been a very interesting conversation on an important issue so far. I want to frame my context really, if I may, sir, in three parts. To speak to the amendments in the context of the past, to consider the amendments in the context of the future, and then to speak to where we are now. Locating them, sir, in the context of the past, I would wish to congratulate the government for following in strong Labour Party tradition. It is really quite interesting to me as an observer, and I like to think of myself as a peace politician, and certainly a full student of politics, that an administration that has done, or a party that has done so much for the poor and for the working class and for labor in this country is labeled as an anti-working class and an anti-poor man party, when all of the evidence is to the contrary. And therefore, in hearing Senator Monroe speak, and I remember making a speech in similar terms in the other place, and Frondell Stewart, as he then was, he had not yet risen to the heights that he would reach to be number 7, I think he was, as he was fond of reminding us. And he spoke about it. But the point I want to make is this, or to elaborate on, is this, that not only did the Labour Party have its historical grounding and foundation with the trade union movement, that in consequence of it, there was a tremendous framing of what was working class legislation, which emerged even before the trade union movement. And if you go back to the days, and sir, it reminds me today, you know, some of us come to political parties because it is our family tradition. I joined the Barbados Labour Party very deliberately, not just because it was my family tradition, but because, having done the research, I was compelled to throw in my lot with a party that had always prioritized the poor. So if you go back to the tradition of the Labour Party, it is grounded in ensuring that workers, that the poor black people, that the working class of this country have improved social, economic, and living conditions, have situations in which they can feel dignity and are placed in positions where there isn't an us and them, but where they feel that they have a stake and a vested interest and are beneficiaries of the social and economic goods in this society, and that their own labor generates. And I speak, sir, in terms of legislation pertaining to accidents and occupational diseases. I speak to the early legislation, and my mother told me this is why she joined the Labour Party, or why she became a supporter, because she was never formally, I think, a member, that she was a maid working in Strathclyde. Her children could not come into her because those were the days that you had no access. After a certain time, little black children could not be seen running about on the streets in Strathclyde. And she worked there from sunrise, and some days, depending on what had to be done in the house, almost till sunrise again, without any kind of break, without access to the meals that she prepared for the family, the white family, to eat, without time set for her work, without proper breaks during the day. And when Grantley Adams came and put legislation in place that dealt with domestic workers and sugar workers and shop assistants and people who worked in the small shops all over the city at that time, her living conditions changed immeasurably. Not only was she able to work better hours, but she was able to have a relationship with her children that she could not have before because she could go home to them. She could supervise them. She could watch what they were doing. She could play with them. She could help with homework. She could help to nurture and raise her children in the way that she wanted. And it was true that in those days she would have had a wider family support and a wider community support, but it allowed her to be engaged in the way she wanted as a mother. Factories legislation, holidays with pay, occupational benefit, the protection of wages, shops and shops assistants, all of this is part of a network of legislation that the Labour Party, various incarnations of the Labour Party under Grantley Herbert Adams, the Labour Party under Tom Adams, the Labour Party under Owen Arthur, and now the Labour Party under Mia Mottley have created, and are continuing to create, so that poor black people in this country who labor can see the benefits of their labor, can labor in conditions of dignity, can labor and earn, can labor and feel a sense of self-worth. One speaker today spoke to it as self-actualization. And therefore I stand today proud of the Labour Party tradition of protecting the working class in this country. And I have not outlined all of the domestic legislation, the labor legislation. I have spoken to it in a narrow context. I am pleased that we are, even as I speak, contemplating making provisions for the improvement of conditions of those who work in gas stations. I'm particularly happy with that one because I wrote that into the Labour Party manifesto of 2018. I am pleased to see that we are discussing even now methods of getting men more involved in the nurture and care of their children by making provision for paternity leave. I am pleased to report to this chamber that already sanitation workers have access to free health care and health insurance provided by this Barbados Labour Party administration. In this iteration, now I believe it used to be done before, but clearly it was stopped, and it is right and appropriate that those who are the most vulnerable, those who work in conditions of risk, those who work to ensure that the rest of us enjoy health, safety, and social well-being at every level, are protected. We have to look after them. And this administration is ensuring that it is doing so. So that is, sir, to speak. And of course, it would be remiss of me if I did not also recall and place on the record that it was this administration that has ensured that those who work in agriculture and in the fields have bathrooms and related conveniences for their health and well-being and safety. So I'm locating this legislation. It didn't just drop out of the sky. I believe that it was under this administration that we had the first safety health at work legislation, which came out of previous Labour Party legislation in the Factories Act. So the tradition is strong, the tradition continues, and the tradition is transformational of the lives of those whom it impacts, and we must not underemphasize the benefit. We must not fail to emphasize the benefit which which accrue to workers from this legislation and the amendments here too. It is also empowering because it gives the tools to those in the workplace to understand what their rights are, to speak to them, and for them to say to the employer, well, this isn't exactly right. And that is important, but I will come to that when I speak, frame my comments in the context of the present. Looking then to the future, I have to say to Senator Hines, I am not clear how she did it, but she looked into my head and made part of my speech, and I would thank her therefore for creating the framework then for my wider comments. I see these amendments as the beginning of the change for how we will put legislation in place that deals with the modern workplace. We cannot speak to the workplace unless we understand what changes have taken place, and unless we ask ourselves, what is the future of work? How will it impact workers? And what are the likely risks to their safety and well-being which will occur by the future of work, which will occur in the new workplace, which will occur utilizing the tools and equipment of the present and of the future? And how do we prevent those risks or put measures in place to ensure that workers do not come to harm? There is an expression coming out of the US legislation about risks and harms arising out of or in the course of a person's employment. And it relates directly now to the whole issue of remote work, working from home, teleworking, telecommuting, whatever language one opts for, as Senator Hines pointed out. But legislation now has to encompass the home as a workplace, or as an extension of the workplace, as an extension of the place in which the worker does his or her job under the instruction and under the terms specified by the employer. Because when you are in the workplace, albeit that you are in your space, you are still very much under the control. In terms of your terms and conditions of work, you are still very much under the control of your employer. You are still doing their job in the way that they are specifying. And there have been some very interesting cases. Senator Hines spoke about it in a broader context. It has been striking me as somebody who is trained in law and is a former practitioner. I haven't practiced now for some years, but the training still exists. You cannot go through, 3 degrees in legal training and it doesn't stick with you. There are two broad areas to which I would want to draw attention. And one of them arises out of the cases, and I'm going to cite some of the cases that I found particularly interesting. There was a case of a man in Europe who got up out of his bed and was going to the place in his house from which he did his work. He's a remote worker, he slept, he gets up, and he is going now to his computer to start work. He trips and falls on the stairs and injures his back. He sues his employer, claiming that he was at work, and wins the case. How do you define the workplace in the context of a person's home when they are on the job? They're supposed to work 8 to 5. It is 8:30. They trip on their stairs and fall, heading into their work office. How there is the case of the woman who was the salesperson, lying on the couch talking to the client. She is on her couch talking to the client. Something happens and she jumps up off the couch, trips and falls, and sues her employer. Because as far as she is concerned, she was on the job. She was talking to a client. It was during her work day. That she was prostrate on her couch, alone or with company, is another matter. But the reality is that she, as far as she is concerned, she was in the workplace. I'm not going to speak to the outcomes of these cases. No, but this is the reality. You know, while people are at work, they're doing all kinds of other things because they are in their homes. I have seen a meeting in which I myself have been on a call where I was working, and somebody else in a home in the background came in a state of déshabillé, undressed, sir. The naked, sir, as people say in Barbados. You know, not being aware that somebody else in the house has a camera on, not being aware of the reach of the camera. And you are in shock when these things happen. But the reality is that with people working from home, they aren't necessarily fully dressed. Some people are wearing only lipstick and a nice top. You can't get up from the computer. You know, and all of these now are creating issues. Theoretically speaking, if you, sir, not me, if you are at your computer conducting a meeting of the Senate or any meeting, and you are wearing a shirt and tie and blazer, but not underwear, and you get up, and persons on the call see you, sir. Now, I will not ask whether this would be a moment of thrill or not, but persons on the call see you. Speaking from a legal perspective, could somebody be sued for sexual harassment or exposure? I mean, these are legal issues which we really now have to start contemplating. And it may appear as if I'm introducing some degree of levity or mischief, but as the work from home becomes entrenched, there are going to be all kinds of nuances in behavior and protocols and rules which are going to have to govern this so as to prevent these realities. I mean, people have been caught on camera doing all kinds of things. There was a mayor in Brazil who lost his job because it was on the news, sir. He was in a meeting, clearly not accustomed to the technology. He did not turn his camera off. A female member, he went to a desk, a conference table in his room, and a female member of the staff of the mayoral office came in and serviced him sexually, and all of it was caught on camera during the course of the meeting. He lost his job. Now, I may be straying a bit, but if you are a remote worker, what level of liability can your employer be exposed to based on behavior which you engage in your home during the course of your work day? I'm going to give some other examples. There was a man who was equipping a home office for work. The equipment came, what do you call them, monitors and so on. And he is walking on the stairs, trips and falls and injures himself and sues his employer because he is doing this in the course of his work. There is the woman who went to her kitchen and tripped over her dog, and she sued the employer. Well, the court said, no, that is going too far. It doesn't matter that this was during your work hours. Good Lord, this is in your kitchen, your dog. We ain't taking that on. But the legal issue is, how is the workplace to be defined in the future and in the context of remote workers, and what rules, rights, responsibilities, and protocols need to be put in place to regulate behavior, conduct, and safety in the context of the home. And let's be clear, you have persons in their home who may have threadbare rugs on which they can trip. If they trip during the course of their work day, does that then fall to you? If somebody in the household leaves a drawer open over which they trip. Some people live with a higher degree of clutter than others in their homes. There are some states which are in the United States which are now looking at a suite of legislation which will cover things like where plugs and outlets are, how many outlets there are, what kinds of outlets, how your home is set up, whether it is really set up for you to do your work. These are now issues that have to be contemplated if you are going to ask people to work from home. And it really does not matter that in the context of government, a lot of employees have actually gone back to the workplace, because the projections now are that as many of 30% and in some industries as many as 85% of workers will continue to work from home despite the loosening of COVID-related protocols, which were the origin of the surge in work from home. Prior to COVID, only 4% of U.S. workers worked remotely or from home. Between 26 and 30% now work from home. That is a tremendous change of the labor market and of the workplace as we understand it, because that 26 to 30% we now have to consider how their homes have become part of the workplace, and therefore what rules relate to safety and health in that context. Sorry, sir. Sometimes I get tied up with my words. It is a consequence of COVID, and I find it utterly fascinating that I struggle sometimes with language. I think we need, tangentially, because it really upsets me, to really start looking at long COVID in Barbados and the extent to which long COVID is a problem, how it is impacting people, how it is impacting them in the workplace and in their lives, because it really is an issue. The reality of working from home is that it does, in my view, place, and I must confess that I have only anecdotal evidence of this. I don't think that we have done any research here to make these determinations, but it seems to me, sir, that working from home creates more stress. People expect you to be constantly available. You tend to eat more at your computer, because if you're in the workplace, Mary will come and say, "Man, come, let me go out for lunch." Or you will hear a conversation that you will pause from your work and you will participate in that. When you're home, you tend to be far more focused. So you are, and that is why productivity has not dropped insofar as it has been measured by employers when they see what their remote workers are producing. If you are working from home, you're tending to work longer hours, you're probably not eating as well or not eating well or not taking appropriate breaks. And I think that also because of the environment, there may be children in the environment. There may be other things that you are juggling and simultaneously managing, rushing to cook for the family, doing other things while still trying to get your work done, meet your quota, do whatever it is you are supposed to do within the context of this day. So there's some sense in which working from home can be more stressful. And therefore, if we're talking about safety and health in the context of the workplace, we have to understand the changes that working from home is creating for the employer and for the employee, beg your pardon, and try to address those changes. There is also the issue, and Senator Nurse spoke to this, the issue of equipment. A lot of employers are saying to employees, okay, well, you can work from home, but they're not giving them any additional tools. They're not giving them any stationery. They are not giving them additional laptops or computers or tablets or materials to work from. They're not paying the additional electricity or telephone or water costs. The employee in many instances is being expected to carry that cost out of their own resources. And I could go on talking about the extent to which working from home can impose costs on an employee that really are the employer's costs, but which the employer is managing to avert or avoid by having the employee work from their own home, while being just as productive or more productive. Equally, they are not paying rent, or they're paying rent for smaller office spaces. They're not paying as high, this is the employer, they're not paying as high utilities because they don't have the same number of critical mass on bodies in the physical workplace. All of these things which are now are matters which are now ripe for investigation. And I know that government has established a number of committees, including that on disabilities, which is being chaired by Eddie Hinkson, my cousin, MP Eddie Hinkson, Member of Parliament for St. James North, which is going to look at how persons with physical and mental disabilities are being provided for, not just in the workplace, but the extent to which buildings and workplaces and public spaces are accessible to those who are differently abled and to those who have disabilities. And all of that is now going to inform how we define the workplace in the future and how we address workplace-related issues. So I think senators are mentioning it today, this issue of working from home and its broader implications, and the fact that we need to develop legislative and regulatory frameworks which deal with it. But there must be a conversation first with the unions, with the country, with employers and employers' organizations and representatives, as well as with labor, before we can think of amending the legislation, because this is a major cultural change and a major change from that to which we are accustomed, and we have to contemplate it and think very carefully, because it's so new, it's and evolving, that we want to get it right. So while I don't share the view of the senator that at this stage the Shaw Amendment should have provided for that, I don't think that there has been enough mature discussion. I don't think that we have enough of an understanding of what is being put in place globally or in the rest of the region, or indeed what is required and what the cost of it will be. And with that, I turn, sir, to the present. There is a cost to doing business. Every time There is a change of legislation, whether it has to do with putting a minimum wage in place or legislation which requires the employer to ensure the safety of the employee. There is a hue and cry from employers about how you are making it more expensive for them to do business. The reality is, sir, and Senator Monroe Knight spoke to it very articulately. Coming out of a culture of slavery and colonialism, we must be the first to ensure that the laborer is valued and is treated with dignity, and that his labor or her labor is not regarded merely as a factor of production, which makes profit for the employer, but for which the employee is entitled to nothing. There is a cost to doing business, and part of that cost is keeping your employee safe, because that employee allows you to make your profit. Why then would you not want to look after your employee? Why then would you feel that you are entitled to have a profit without protecting your employee? Why then would you want to have circumstances in which your employee has no dignity? There is a cost when an employee is injured. It falls to the state. It falls to the national insurance scheme. And the monies that you pay in for a single employee do not at all come near the level of compensation, the healthcare costs, and the cost of protecting or keeping that employee safe once they're injured. And we know that there are particular kinds of activity in the workplace that tend to lead to injuries of a particular type, or tend to place an employee at risk of a particular type of injury. It is therefore incumbent upon the employer to ensure that there is no risk to the employee. Equally, the employee has to be mindful of their own safety. Very often, you will see employees not wearing appropriate safety garments, even when they're provided, not wearing goggles, using equipment incorrectly, not following rules in the workplace for their own safety, because in the course of dealings, in the course of the day, they get so accustomed to grabbing this quickly, doing it, they think that they can do it better without the gloves or without the safety equipment, and they put themselves at risk. So they have to be sure to act in relation to their own safety. But it is critical, sir, that our employers must take the cost of protecting the employees, because the cost of injured workers in terms of lost productivity, lost time from the workplace, loss of compensation or income for the family, their loss of income, and the cost of healthcare are so much higher than the cost that the employer pays to put the correct protective measures in place. Equally, sir, I would want to see that there is protection for workers who stand up for themselves and say, I'm sorry, I'm not doing that job, it is too dangerous, or who report that their workplace is dangerous. Because very often, persons, whistleblowers, people who speak out are victimized. And that is what keeps many people silent. The need of a job, the need of the income, the fact that you have children to send to school, bills to pay. You will therefore keep your mouth shut and do what you know is dangerous, simply because you fear and you feel and you are told by your employer that if you don't want to do it, I could get somebody else, but I got a lot of people out there working. But if you don't want your job, I can find somebody who wants it. So you keep on doing it. And therefore, if we are going to ask people to report on these dangers in the workplace, if we are going to say to people, you have the right to refuse to do a job, we have to ensure that they are not victimized and that they are protected. Now, I am not talking about people who will take the opportunity to not work and sit down and say, no, I can't cut up the carrots today, knives is dangerous things. I'm not speaking about those. I'm not speaking about malingers. I am talking about people who are really asked maybe to climb up on a very high ladder where they're going to be perched without support and so on. People who are really placed to do things that are potentially very dangerous or outside of the scope of their work. There is one other change that I think that we also need to see. When we create legislation of this sort that affects the sea change in the marketplace, in my view, it should come with a time period which allows the employers to change what needs to be changed in the workplace. They may not immediately have the money to make the changes, and therefore there should be a time period which allows you to make yourself right. So whether it is a 3-month period or a 6-month period, that means not just speaking about it in here or having 1 or 2 promotions on GIS, which people are not going to follow. It means putting it out widely on social media, distributing things to employers, organizations. It means, sending it out to the Chamber of Commerce, reaching out to small businesses. It means having people go around to the small shops and the small manufacturing plants which may have, dangerous machinery that has no guard and so on, so that people understand exactly the obligation being placed on them. Because while ignorance of the law is no excuse, the reality is that sometimes we do wrong or we do ill or we cause harm out of ignorance. We don't know, no one has explained or guided us, and we don't know how to make ourselves square with the law. So those are some of the suggestions that I would wish to make. I wish then to return to a point that Senator Monroe Knight made in her opening remarks, and I think that they flow naturally out of the comments I have just been making in the context of the cost of doing business. Employers complain that while we seem constantly to expand the rights of the employee, that they themselves don't feel that they have equal rights. And they always speak in the context of productivity in the workplace, of an employee given a fair day's wage, a fair day's work for a day's pay, of employees doing what they are supposed to do on the job, not just for the employer as employer, but for the customer, who is the lifeblood of the business. So as we expand the rights of our employees, and rightly so, as we seek to make sure that they are safe, healthy, and have dignity, let us also say to our employees that they have a responsibility to work and to work to the best of their ability and to work hard in the workplace. Too many employers complain of carelessness, of lack of attention, of people turning up late, leaving early, not doing what they're supposed to do. In fact, I used to work in a place before my political journey, sir, in which there was a particular employee, a friend, and an extremely bright person. And when people came in and asked, where is Adam? And I'm using Adam as A, the first letter in the alphabet. Where is Adam? Our response would be, oh, he's stretched out. He can't come right now. And literally, he was stretched out drunk in the lunchroom. So, and everybody knew that every day after lunch, Adam did no work because Adam was a drinker. We know that there are people who break in 2 and 3 jobs in one day. So they're leaving the workplace at 2 o'clock. They come in at 8. They have lunch 12 to 1:30. They shuffle a few things between 1:30 and 2. By 2 o'clock, they're out the door because they have to get to job number 2 to report for 3 o'clock, and they might have to pick up the children from school beforehand. There are all kinds of scenarios out there. I know there will be people who will quarrel with me and talk about the anti-working class sentiment, but the reality is that there are all kinds of scenarios out there which impact our productivity, both in the private and the public sector. Because very often, complaints are made as if it is a problem peculiar to the public sector, when in fact it is also an element that exists and is entrenched in the private sector. So if the government seeks constantly to protect the worker, if the government keeps constantly assuring their safety, well-being, and dignity, if the government speaks constantly and expands the rights of the employee, let us also accept that the worker has responsibilities on which it is their duty to act. How much time do we have left, please? So, sir, I made the point earlier that if we have to give people time for changes and supportive mechanisms. Often, when we make changes in place, government itself does not put in enough supportive mechanisms to help the marketplace make the change. That is yet another element for which I would want to appeal. Sir, I know that I have utilized my time. I would wish to thank you for your signal. There are 1 or 2 other points that I would want to make, but there will be other debates which will give me the opportunity to do so. I am glad for the opportunity to have spoken in this. I think there's one last element, and that it is a question of safety with technology for the worker and the workers' families. Very often there are persons or there are workplaces that have highly confidential material relating people's personal, and when the worker is working from home, you have to, where computers may be shared amongst family members, you really are going to have to protect the customer and those whose material is going to now be on the computer in the family home as part of the whole environment of safety. But strictly speaking, that does not fall within the safety of the employee, but it does fall within the context of the safety in the workplace and the safety of the customer. So I felt that it was important to make that point at this time. The culture of work, the place of work, the role of the worker, the nature of work, as we understood it, is in evolution right before our eyes. I'm glad to have lived, to have seen these changes, and I wonder where they are taking us. It will be interesting, therefore, as a government in this time, for us to recognize that thinking out of the box and looking to the future and creating new environments, new regulations, new rules, new rights, new responsibilities that protect our workers and reshape our marketplace into the modern world so that we are competitive, so that we are effective, and so that we are successful as a country is part of the very important work that this administration is being called on to do. I am glad to see, sir, that this party is embracing its history and its tradition of the protection of the poor working class in this country and the elevation of the worker to a position of dignity. And it is in that context, sir, acknowledging that Sir John is a frustrated Calypsonian, that I give my support, and that Senator John, I give my support to this measure, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Senator Thompson. Senator Dr. Driggs. Dr. Haynes.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. It's always a tough act to go after such an esteemed colleague as Madam Deputy President. I just wanted to make a brief intervention to address a few things. First of all, I do sit on the QEH board, and I am aware of one of the issues that my colleague on the other side would have mentioned in relation to issues related to the air quality in the operating theatre. That was a long-standing issue that would have existed from a previous dispensation. The issues would have been related to, would have been exacerbated due to issues related to Hurricane Elsa, because the large air conditioning units that supply an entire wing of a hospital aren't the small little inverters that you place behind your house or anything. Their large units are actually located on the roof of the hospital. And the board that preceded the one that I now sit on, actually, in spite of COVID and all the expenditure related to COVID, saw it as a priority to direct funding towards repairing the entire roof of the surgical suite, replacing the air conditioning units. And when I say units, the units are probably half the size of this chamber, and also establishing a maintenance schedule for the continued care of those units to make sure that going forward that we can have proper air quality for the staff that work so tirelessly in our operating theaters. So I wanted to bring that to the Chamber's attention. The former United Nations Secretary General Kofi Annan said this. He said that health and safety at work is not just sound economic policy, it is a basic human right. Anyone taking a casual or cursory glance at the proposed amendments would tend to think that we're here making life more difficult for businesses in this country, adding another layer of regulations, another set of hoops to jump through, but I say it's not so. People are at the center of the policy decisions that this administration is making, something that Madam Deputy President would have addressed, and people have to be at the center, because when we look at the data, we see that last year alone, there were 2.78 million lives lost due to world-related accidents and exposures. We want the day to come that not a single Barbadian is in that number. In labor circles, there is a term that's called Vision Zero, and the concept deals with the fact that the aim is zero accidents, zero illnesses, zero exposure, zero workplace violence, zero workplace harassment, and no harm, zero harm during a person's entire working career. It is ambitious and lofty, but is something that I think is worthy to committing to. Mr. Annan's quote didn't only make reference to human rights, it also indicated that investing in health and safety at work just makes good economic sense. When we look at information coming out of the International Labour Organization, we see that 4% of global GDP is lost due to accidents at work and diseases every single year. That amounts to almost $3 trillion US. That is the combined gross domestic product of the world's poorest 130 countries is lost every year due to losses related to accidents and exposures in the workplace. So it's something that is worth prioritizing, whereas it might look like you're spending more money on the front end, getting inspections done and putting these things in place, you're actually saving money in the long run, saving money in terms of workers' compensation, saving money in terms of insurance costs, saving money in terms of legal costs, interrupted production, having to retrain staff. All of these are things that are not factored in when people just look at it casually and say, this is making things more cumbersome, more difficult, more challenging, because the data is telling us a different story. Competitiveness and safety and health go hand in hand. Lower accidents means higher competitiveness and higher productivity. It's a win for workers and it's a win for employers. In 2005, a previous Barbados Labour Party administration, as we already heard, would have come to this chamber to pass the original Safety and Health at Work Act. And we are here in this dispensation to make amendments and regulations that will follow subsequently, that will be gazetted, to suit our current context. What we do know is that the construction sector sees the highest number of work-related accidents, but the greatest number of work-related deaths actually comes due to long-term chronic exposures in sectors including agriculture and manufacturing. As a doctor, I've had the experience of working shifts during call, doing emergencies, as a student and as a doctor for over 9 years, and I can tell you it's always the unguarded moments where people, even if they're issued with personal protective equipment, as Madam Deputy President has made a reference to, there's a tendency, especially towards the end of a long work day, to circle back and revisit something that you may not have finished to your satisfaction. It's always in those unguarded moments where someone takes their goggles off or something that things tend to go wrong. And I want to appeal personally to the working public. When your employer makes the effort to provide these things, they're issued just for you because obviously PPE, as we say, is personal. It's typically fitted for you because of the nature of how it's worn. It's in contact with you. It's something that we don't want you to have to share with anyone else. When an employer makes a sacrifice and has put those things in place, it's really up to you then to actually follow the guidance that's provided and make sure that you wear that safely in order to protect yourself on the job. I wanted to circle onto some of the issues that I understand will be following in the coming regulations. One of them speaks to the supply of drinking water on a job site. The provision of water is something that's so fundamental. It's really, really difficult and unconscionable really to believe that an employer would have a situation where you have men and women working sometimes in outdoor settings in this heat with no water supply. Wherever water flows, you find life, whether it is in a ice-covered lake, whether it's in a hydrothermal vent underwater, you will find life wherever there is water. NASA has a slogan when they're in their search for extraterrestrial life. It's follow the water, because wherever there's water, there's life. So that's why, for me, it's really, really hard to think that in some workplaces, unless we come to this chamber and try to regulate and legislate a position like ensuring that your staff have access to cool, clean water, potable water, that some people simply would not do it because they don't think that they have to. So it's one of the reasons that we're here. It's a fundamental right, SDG 6. My colleague, Senator Harewood, he would know all about the Sustainable Development Goals, having just returned from New York. Access to water is one of those things, but one of the things that the regulations also will be addressing is access to sanitary conveniences. That is just a really fancy way of saying access to lavatory, access to having even waste disposal. And on top of having the actual physical bins or a physical toilet, toilet breaks are also important. And it's one of the things, you know, I think back even to primary school where you had to ask permission to go to the bathroom and that kind of thing. You know, we take for granted as people who might largely work in the corporate sector that whenever we feel like taking a break, we can. For some person who's in a field or factory setting, we want to make sure that we actually have it put in place that employers don't encroach on people's right to access sanitary, clean bathrooms, have soap and water to wash your hands, have access to toilet paper, and all of these things have to be provided at no cost to the worker. Managing menstruation. Now, this is something that I am heavily invested in another part of my life, but it's an overlooked issue in the workplace as well. Like I said, we tend to take it for granted. Many of us will come out of a corporate background and we wouldn't tend to pause to think about what other people have to live with. But we want to remove the barriers, the social barriers, the environmental barriers to women and girls being able to access the sanitary things that they need to manage themselves with dignity. Because the reality is, if a woman, let's say a field laborer, doesn't believe that when she's on her cycle, that she will be able to manage herself properly if she has to go under a chair or something, she might simply skip work. So this, once again, may look like you as the employer spending more money on the front end, having to install plumbing and having to get rent-a-killer initial to put bins in place. But at the end of the day, when you consider 800 million women menstruate every single day, all right? 1 in 4 women will be menstruating at any given day. So the reality is, if you put things in place that they can be able to manage themselves with dignity on the job, it means that they can show up to work, get through their day, instead of calling in sick or having to take that day or week off. So once again, just making an appeal to employers, what might initially at face value look like it's cumbersome and difficult will actually save you and your staff in the long run. I also briefly wanted to speak to the need for personal protective equipment. Now, this is something that everybody would know as PPE. Thanks to COVID, it's something that we all, through wearing our masks and wearing our shields, we had to wear PPE, not in the line of work, but literally just to make it through the last 2 years of the pandemic. Now, personal protective equipment all depends on the type of risk that someone might face in the line of work. So for a construction worker, where there's a risk of a brick falling from scaffolding or something, things like helmet, that's an item of personal protective equipment. In the case of some person who is digging up a road, noise canceling headphones, that would count as. If you're working in a dusty environment or working around wood shavings or anything like that, respiratory protective equipment matters. But one of the things that the regulations will seek to speak to as well is not just the provision, but that the employer has to seek to make sure that employees understand how PPE should be properly worn, how it should be properly stored, the fact that it's personal, it's not intended to be shared because it's coming into close contact with your face and other parts of your body. And this is very, very critical because, you know, we come across these ads on TV when you see the ads related to if you've been exposed to glyphosate or any of these things that you commonly see these lawsuits, you know, in the line of your agricultural work, when you're using pesticides and all of these things. The idea that you can wear slippers and a short pants and be handling a cancer-causing agent. Now, this is where the public education aspect really, really comes in, because these are things that are readily available in most hardware stores, and people don't understand, yes, it's going to kill the caterpillars, but it's also going to affect the biodiversity of the country. So things like butterflies and all the things that important pollinators, honeybees that we're seeing less of, is going to impact them. But as a human being, we're only now coming to understand the longer term impacts of these exposures on the human body. So I just want to appeal to people not to take it for granted. And, you know, if you're self-employed, if you're a small farm or something like that, it's also incumbent upon you to do your own research and to protect yourself, because that's one of the things we've actually laid out in the regulations. It's on the employer to do that research, and if they're not in a position to do that research, to hire someone who can give them the appropriate guidance so that their team will know how to protect themselves, because they don't want that somebody circles back in 5 years and 10 years and says, I have a lymphoma, I want to get paid. All right, so the bill has been extensively debated. I've enjoyed the contributions this afternoon, and I won't delay the House any longer. Thank you for your time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Haynes. Senator Nichols.
Mr. President, I'm grateful for this opportunity to come in at the tail end of the debate on the amendment to the Safe and Healthy at Work bill. Mr. President, I had the distinction of being Barbados Labour Party senator when this bill first passed Parliament in 2005. And I recall, Mr. President, the disquiet some 5 years later, after that very tragic event not too far away from here what Barbadians call the campus trains fiasco or disaster, in which a number of young ladies lost their life in a very tragic circumstance, that a lot of the debate concerned the fact that the act had not been promulgated and brought into law even 5 years after it had passed Parliament. This bill goes even further than where a previous iteration of the Barbados Labour Party brought the legislation. And Madam Deputy President is correct that it falls in line with a philosophical bent of this great party to ensure that the provision for workers is enhanced and brought into a modern perspective. And I want to spend a little bit of time, Mr. President, going through what I consider, from my own practical experience as a lawyer, showing how this bill has and can impact the lives of working people in the country, particularly since it liberated a lot of the difficult areas of the common law and perhaps what the Factories Act, its predecessor, could not do. And I think Senator Boyce alluded to that in his contribution. But the imposition, Mr. President, of regulatory duties on employers to enforce health and safety standards is something that is very new to us, even although this legislation was passed in 2005. And you found that the courts had to be very innovative to outflank the pro-employer defenses used in cases where employees suffered injuries at work or faced working conditions that exposed them to serious health conditions. One of the very early cases I did, Mr. President, in my practice was for a group of 10 ladies who worked at the soil conservation unit. And I believe they were tending to seedlings, so they were bending, in a bending position. So if you came into the room in the greenhouse, you couldn't see them. But this chap sprayed, I think it's diazolin or some weed insecticide in the room, in the greenhouse, subjected those ladies to some severe sinusitis and other respiratory illnesses. And the way in which our court system treated them was more reflective of the perspective that your consideration, or what I should say, the benefit that should be considered, bore a lot of affinity to your social standing, the amount of money that you earned, and the place in which the society felt that you should get, because I can't recall that any of those ladies got more than $20,000 each for having to suffer through that tremendous episode. I can recall, Mr. President, Senator spoke about the improvement in condition of sanitation service authority workers, but I happen to represent a sanitation worker who placed garbage in the back of the truck, and when the compactor was engaged, it punctured paint from an automotive shop and went into his eye, and he was blinded in his eye, and it took a very, very long time to achieve a settlement in the matter, because the argument was that the employer did everything, and this is not a position taken by the Sanitation Service Authority. This was a position taken by the insurer. So the insurance company took the view that the employer did everything, provided them with gloves and boots, and therefore had no other responsibility for the employee. Then there was, Mr. President, a situation where a very popular establishment on the West Coast was being constructed, and the workers were asked to attach a sign onto the building. And they rested a ladder on what they thought was a balcony, but the balcony was only a balcony that was decorative, so it could not weight bear. So they got up on the ladder, stood on the balcony, and were hauling the sign. The entire thing came down, and all of them were severely injured, broken bones, ribs. The case is still in the court. It preceded the 2005 Act. The case is still in the courts because the employer said, well, the supervisor was breaking a job for the other company. The other company blamed the owner of the premises. The owner of the premises blamed the contractor, and the contractor blamed the architect. And the architect said, well, why are you blaming me? You cannot enter the balcony from the inside of the building. So there's no possibility of anybody going to stand on it. So you had a whole series of companies suing each people, all these people, and some poor construction workers for more than 20 years now in the court system trying to get some kind of reparation for that circumstance. So that the common law has required employers to provide a safe system of work, to provide a safe place of work, adequate plant and equipment, and so forth. This act, when it came into being, revisited the requirements of the Factories Act. And I've heard the contributions of honorable senators today, and I agree with all of them, particularly my good friend, Senator Dr. Haynes and the Deputy President. But to my mind, this piece of legislation bears too much familiarity with its origins in that a lot of the provisions of the Factories Act still remain in this legislation. And when we speak about modernizing the regulation of workplaces in Barbados, I think it is time that we have to come back to this legislation, revisit it, because I know the purpose of the amendment today is in effect to give support to Barbados's commitment to the International Labour Organization decision in June of this year to import a whole new framework, regulatory framework for the workplace. And it should find its place in the Act. But when we go back to the Act, the language of the Act and its origins, to my mind, are still troublesome. You still see, despite that we have abolished the Factories Act, there's still references to machinery. And large provisions of the Act speak to machinery and the provision of fencing and guards on those machineries, chains and ropes, like in Section 20, cranes and lifting and hoists and steam boilers, and things of that nature. Now, I'm not saying there are not persons and people in Barbados who are not employed in a factory today or employed in a situation where there are steam boilers. But certainly, these provisions, when they were first brought into law, found themselves because it was necessary. We had a surge in the industrialization of the sugar sector, and we also had the beginning of the very early days of the manufacturing sector in Barbados. Certainly in the 70s and 80s, manufacturing was a really big thing in terms of factories. Everybody knew somebody who was going to a factory to work. And the Act still speaks, Mr. President, to the designation of a factory doctor in Section 75. So that the tenor of the legislation still speaks in a large way as if we took the provisions for health and safety, dumped them into the Factories Act, and called it the Safety and Health at Work Act. And I think we need to work out whether or not the Act sufficiently gives coverage to all places of work and all systems of work deployed for working people in Barbados. Mr. President, the fire safety requirements in the parent legislation also contemplate that we're dealing with a factory, because Section 34 still defines the requirements of the Chief Fire Officer to issue a certificate of fire safety to a factory or such other class or description of the workplace. So that, again, the predominance of the factory type consideration prevails through the Act. Mr. President, I have a concern that we are giving the policymaker, the chief technical officer responsible for the creation of policy, which is the chief labor officer, too much of a regulatory focus as well. I'm not saying that the office of the Labor Department or the offices of the Labor Department are not equipped to do so, but sir, I'm mindful that the chief labor officer is mentioned as the person to administer a number of pieces of legislation, some of them of recent and more recent vintage. The chief labor officer is the first person who the Employment Rights Act requires a dismissed employee to complain to. The discrimination in employment legislation presents that case as one that has to start before the chief labor officer. The sexual harassment legislation, and again, this gives a whole suite of regulatory responsibilities, administrative responsibilities to the office of the chief labor officer. They can do, or they are required to do a lot in terms of administering and the development of policy and administering the Labor Department. But at the same time, I am not certain whether, as the suggestion by Senator Lorenzo, whether or not we need a competent health authority to deal with occupational health concerns in Barbados from a regulatory perspective. Because from where I am seeing, Mr. President, too many employers escape sanction, escape review by the competent authority because of the sheer magnitude of what they would have to do. Of course, Mr. President, the factory type environments where large numbers and bodies of employees are congregated or assembled, see the inspectorate on a regular basis. And we know what those types of industries are. But there are workers, Mr. President, who suffer. And I heard mention today of the construction workers in this sector. And this government, Mr. President, and I will say this because a manager of a construction company called me shortly after my return speech when I came back to the Senate in March, when I made a reference about things about the Employment Rights Act. And he thanked me because apparently the Labor Department had started to make inroads into requiring tenders for construction projects, the construction companies who submit tenders to do work for government, to commit to a number of checks to ensure that the labor clauses, Public Contracts Act provisions were being applied. And I'm not saying that it was as a result of my contribution to our earlier debate, but certainly there has been a long concern that a number of companies in Barbados have been able to underbid and procure work from government on the basis that they can pay and treat the workers as they like because there is little maneuver for them, room to maneuver for them in terms of mitigating the conditions on which they find themselves. So that when I see things like the provision of sanitary conditions and drinking water prescribed in regulations, these are things that normal people in Barbados, Mr. President, have to endure the indignity of going to work and not being afforded these conditions. And I'm happy that the Chief Labor Officer and her department, I believe that meeting was sometime in April that was convened after I spoke. So my colleague, my schoolmate who runs a construction company was able to locate the actions of government based on what he perceived that I had said. I can't speak to you, Mr. President, in the way he spoke to me because the language would not be permitted in the chamber. But certainly it was startling to know the list of things that they had to deal with in terms of trying to match the low cost of bids really taking advantage of working people in the country. Mr. President, so therefore, I want to make the call that we have as a people to revisit the situation of labor in the country and to take into consideration all of the valuable points made by senators today. But I certainly do not believe, Mr. President, that the administrative and the policy-making capacity of the Labor Department should be added to by way of the regulatory work that has to be done to ensure that workers are protected in this country. While I consider a lot of the work being done by the Labor Department to be of yeoman service to the people of the country, I believe it is time to liberate them and to give the inspectorate in the Labor Department its own, more resources to ensure that all of the workers in Barbados are protected. These regulations that we speak to, Mr. President, there are regulations that speak to fuel stations in Barbados. Now, this requires, these fuel station regulations refer to what we popularly and commonly call gas station attendants. And in these regulations, it is not required for annual medical examination of each and every employee at no cost to the employee. But Mr. President, for those of us who have ever had a gas station attendant or employee sitting down in front of them, it is the most frightful experience that they can have, because they have to tell the employer that they have a child sick or a relative sick or they themselves sick in order to come to discuss conditions at work, because it is a field that subjugates ordinary people in this country to the worst embarrassing indignities. And I believe, Mr. President, that if it is now required to ascertain whether these employees are susceptible to a host of diseases that are prescribed in the schedule to those regulations, and that the doctor has now, a medical practitioner has the requirement in law to report to the chief labor officer if these fuel station attendants or employees are susceptible to any or found to be diagnosed with any of these diseases. So there's a burden on the medical doctor to report to the chief labor officer. Again, we are pouring more and more regulatory responsibility on the office of the chief labor officer, and I do hope that we are making the appropriate provision for them to be able to do their work. But if we do not do that, Mr. President, I believe that a lot of these regulations, because certainly it will now be the responsibility of the Labor Department to sensitize the employers through the Employment Confederation, through the Social Partnership, through the work of the Public Information Department as to these regulations and how they will change really the character and nature of work in Barbados. But the Chief Labor Officer has a lot of work to do to ensure that the employees themselves understand the regulatory framework in which they are required to exercise their daily functions and the rights that are pertinent to their conditions of service and the rights that they are entitled to as employees. So it's not good enough only for us to pass these regulations, but we have to go through a process, Mr. President, to sensitize the public, especially the employers, as to what is necessary. And I know we will hear the hue and cry from the usual suspects that government is now adding costs to keeping employees. But in my view, you are getting the benefit with little output in terms of what you were required to put as conditions for safety, conditions for health and maintenance of of a safe standard and system. Mr. President, I see the belligerence of the employers, the ridiculous contortions of logic. And they know that the system, at the court system I'm speaking of, cannot bring a readily made solution to resolve the issues. So that if they're lucky and they're insured, and the insurance companies know how to manipulate it even more. So, Mr. President, so that this regulatory framework, as I said, liberates the defenses that employers have deployed to outflank concerns where workers have complained about the conditions under which they work. Mr. President, I know that it is very popular to describe the Barbados Labour Party in what I call the way in which Don Blackman and others in the '86 general election described the Barbados Labour Party. And and Senator Boyce and I would have had many, many discussions. He's claimed he stayed far from politics. I haven't, but when we were at university, we used to have these discussions about the political parties in Barbados. And he knows where I'm coming from, Mr. President. And so do you. This Barbados Labour Party is unfairly labeled as an anti-worker party because it is popular to do so. But I believe that it is important to do what the Madam Deputy President did, is to locate this type of legislative work by the parliamentary Barbados Labour Party in government. It is important because I sat here once, Mr. President, and I heard a senator speaking on the other side who subsequently became Prime Minister of Barbados. And when he spoke of a Labour Party that I could not and did not recognize. And quite often I had to summon the courage to respond in as muscular a way as I thought I should respond to I can't call it nonsense, but the things that I heard. Mr. President, the last Democratic Labour Party administration abolished the Holidays with Pay Act. And that abolition of the Holidays with Pay Act was always the target of the senator to whom I spoke, because I heard him mention it often enough. And when I looked at the abolition of the Holidays with Pay Act under the last Democratic Labour Party administration, every single provision of the Holidays with Pay Act that was passed by Grantley Adams administration was left intact by the new Holidays with Pay Act, save and except the schedule for calculating the payment of the holidays with pay. Because with time you change the schedule. So that the notion of the concept of holidays with pay didn't change. The structure of the act didn't change, but the act was repealed and replaced. Because there are some people who want to remove the association of the Barbados Labour Party with putting together a suite of provisions to enhance the conditions of workers. And that was a spiteful act, Mr. President, that was done, because you don't repeal and replace a piece of legislation if the 99% of the legislation remains intact. But the suspicion was confirmed when I recall our earlier debates in this place. So that when we come to enhance workers or the benefits of workers, the Labour Party is not blowing its own trumpet. The Labour Party is standing stoutly in defense of a damn good record, Mr. President. From the time that this party was founded, and Mr. President, you know that those erstwhile founders had to navigate the cane fields, the parks, the beaches, all across Barbados and hide to speak to workers, to get a sense of where they were, to ensure that common decency was afforded to the working people of this country. It is a position from which this party will not resign. And this party in government will continue to do what is necessary to ensure that we stay on a level peg with the developments in international law, such as at the International Labour Organization and its recent conventions. And indeed, the minister and his team should be complimented for moving with such alacrity that a decision that was passed to elevate safe and healthy as a fundamental right of a worker. There is no lie between the revision at the international convention level and its incorporation into domestic law. There is no lie. Barbadians and Barbadian working women and men should feel fortified that this government has the confidence to incorporate into domestic law this regulatory framework. And I'm sure that Barbadian working women and men will hold this Barbados Labour Party administration to its promise to make life better for its people. With those few words, Mr. President, I am much obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Nichols. Senator Dr. Mulroney.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we've had considerable discussion on this bill. I want to suggest, at least what I've heard is from across this chamber, full support for this amendment. And that support, Mr. President, I believe sends a strong signal across Barbados to employers, to employees at all levels, that there is a commitment from those of us who are charged with the responsibility to administer at this level of governance, to ensure that workers, their rights, their safety are held to the highest consideration, and that we are committed across whatever lines to ensuring that there is strong and effective legislation in order to do so, Mr. President. I also want to say to Senator Boyce that I will convey his strong praise of the Chief Labour Officer and also of the Minister for their hard work. Very often, public servants are sometimes vilified, for the work ethic, etc. But certainly to have praise in this chamber that recognizes that we have a public service that works, and particularly the praise given to a public department that is charged with assuring workers' rights is something that we should not ignore. Senator Boyce also indicated that when he looked at the website of that department, that there was a tremendous amount of information available in relation to occupational health and safety. And we've talked quite a bit about the need to raise awareness of the Act and its provision. But I also want to read, Mr. President, that on that same website, that it indicates in the context of public awareness and training, and I read, fully informed employers and employees are crucial to the achievement of the Labour Department's mission of promoting and maintaining high occupational safety and health standards. And the Inspectorate is committed to heightening the awareness of all employers and workers through formal training programs. And it then moves to identify all of the various agencies and groups that it will work with in order to ensure that that public awareness and training is done. I also want to suggest, Mr. President, that while it is true that the government and the Labour Department has a critical role in terms of providing the education and awareness, that if we agree that such legislation benefits the employees, it benefits the employers, it benefits us all, that I hope that we can agree that the responsibility, therefore, to do the education and public awareness should not only lie with the responsibility of government and the Labour Department, but that it is something that we can agree that should be shared across all of the stakeholders that will benefit. I want to remind Mr. President that we do have a social partnership at which the government sits with the private sector as well as the trade union movement to have discussion on these matters so that the government alone is not engineering and pushing for the workers' rights, but through the social partnership that we are seeking to have full ventilation of these issues, and therefore the responsibility in order to ensure that everyone understands is something that ought to be shared across the board. Mr. President, I also want to reflect on the comments in relation to the workplace on the street, and to suggest again, like as I am doing before, that this is also a shared responsibility. I am minded of the words of our Prime Minister. She always says to us, we have come to government to make a difference in the lives of people. That is the mantra that we hear from the Prime Minister. That's the mantra that we hear in Cabinet. That's the mantra that we hear continually. That's the standard that we are continually held to, the extent that the work that we are doing will make a tangible difference in the lives of people. The government, through legislation, through regulation, through policy, can create the vehicle to do so. But we need all of Barbados to come along with us. If the intention is that we change the nature of the workplace out there on the streets, it depends not only on the vehicle that the government provides, but it depends on what we do in our households, in our private spaces. It depends on a fundamental understanding of our national identity. It depends on all of our efforts. So I too will join in the call for a change in the context of the workplace on the street, as all Barbadians, all institutions, including the church, joins the effort for that change. Mr. President, I don't believe that there's anything much I need to say in the context of the discussion that we've had in relation to remote work. I believe that that has been fully ventilated, and that there's an appreciation that certainly that environment is evolving. So again, while the ILO has provided guidance, there are very few countries globally, very few, and I say very few, even though we have not been able to identify any yet, that has concrete legislation to date that is comprehensive in terms of the remote working environment. That there is an understanding, as was said, that there are many issues that need to be taken into consideration, whether it's measurement, whether it's a legal issue. And the establishment of the Subcommittee on Future Work here in Barbados puts us at a curve at which we are starting the discussion in order to be able to look at the issues. So yes, while we have not done so here in the context of these amendments, it is not something that we are not thinking about, not taking into consideration, but certainly it is something that we are intending to be at the forefront as we look at continually ensuring, as this government has done, Mr. President, in order to ensure that we have the necessary environment for the upliftment of the workers of Barbados. Mr. President, I also want to speak to some of the comments that have come up during the discussion in relation to the extent that government has to set an example, that government has to be at the forefront of ensuring that it gets its house in order, that there are issues of maintenance, etc., the government needs to be able to deal with. Mr. President, I want to remind, again, as we've said and we've heard, that this legislation was a Barbados Labour Party legislation. From 2005, we are here in 2022. Mr. President. There have been an intervening administration who did not seek to amend this act, who did not seek to amend this act to improve. It is this administration, again, in its tradition, in its legacy of protection of workers' rights, that has once again come back to its own legislation and said, I will improve it. And more than that, Mr. President, if we look at the amendments, insertion of a new section 136A, which says the Principal Act is amended by inserting the following new section immediately after the section 136. The Act binds the state. So we who have initiated the Act have come back at it and placed, Mr. President, a responsibility that is explicit that the Act will bind the state, meaning that we are intended to put our own feet to the fire to ensure that we are also in adherence. It is a clear recognition, Mr. President, that yes, we also need to be able to get our house in order, that there are things that we need to be able to fix. But the intent in making it very explicit that this act shall bind the state is that we will not run away from being accountable for the implementation of the provisions of this act. Mr. President, I also want to speak to some of the comments in relation to the act and its applicability to ensure that it also speaks to the rights of employees. And I think, again, that we have to be sometimes, let me put it another way. I think sometimes when we speak to things, you know, we're doing something that's very specific here. We're looking at the amendments to this act. But I also took a look at the ILO website, and I attempted to trace what the ILO was saying that Barbados was doing in the context of occupational health and safety. And the ILO website shows that Barbados has signed on to 40 different pieces of acts and regulations in relation to occupational health and safety. It also identifies, Mr. President, that in the context of that, and the context specifically in relation to looking at the legislative framework, it identifies that outside of this particular act, the Shaw Act, and as was alluded to already on the floor, we've also as well, Mr. President, enacted the Accidents and Occupational Diseases Act that was done, I don't have my glasses, in 1983 and then further amended as well. We also have a Radiation Protection Act, CAP 353, Mr. President. It points to the Employment Miscellaneous Provisions Act, 1977, CAP 346. And I say all of this to say that this is a continuum, Mr. President. This is a continuum that the government is on. And that there is a spectrum of legislation and regulation in which the government is reinforcing its commitment in relation to occupational health and safety that is documented and recognized as well. And in the context of looking at the responsibilities of the employee, as was indicated by Senator Malalu, we have Section 9, clauses from A to D. And it speaks to that these employees have the responsibility, Mr. President, to use correctly the personal protective clothing or devices provided for his use. It binds the employee while at work to report to his employer any contraventions under the Act. It says that as regards any duty or requirement imposed on his employer or any other person or under any other relevant statutory provisions to cooperate with his employer so far as is necessary. So that the Act Mr. President, binds the employee as well with some responsibilities for his actions, some responsibilities in relation to making use of the protective equipment that is provided. And actually, Mr. President, at 2, it says that if that employee contravenes these provisions, that they are guilty of an offense. So that there should be no discussion, no suggestion, Mr. President, that we have an act which does not at the same time recognize that employees have responsibilities in the discharge of their work. It goes on even further to say that no person employed in a workplace in which this act applies shall interfere with or use in an unauthorized manner any appliance, convenience, or any other thing provided in pursuance of this act. And again, it indicates that an employee who contravenes these provisions is guilty of an offense. So that there is weight being given to the fact that employees also have to pull their weight in the context of occupational health and safety. Mr. President, we recognize that it is a shared burden that both employer and employee must bear. Mr. President, I also want to note, again, that in the context of what the government is trying to do in terms of creating this vehicle that has many parts in order to be able to ensure that workers' rights and safety are elevated and protected, that right now we have legislation being drafted that has approved for the revision of the labor clauses of the Public Contracts Act to allow for fair treatment of workers in situations where employers benefit from contracts funded by the public through the government. So the government is also recognizing that there are some fault lines in the context of the provision of government contracts and is seeking, Mr. President, to be able to address it. Additionally, also approved, Mr. President, for amendments to the Protection of Wages Act to better safeguard the remuneration of workers, as well as proposals to create legislation that will recognize trade unions and employers' organizations. It's a comprehensive suite, Mr. President. This is not just a drop in the bucket, one thing. The government recognizes that we need to be able to create a multi-layered framework for the protection of workers. And it is steadfast in doing so. As I indicated, Mr. President, in my opening, and as was reiterated, we have a situation in which this was only passed in June of 2022, and we are here, and already these other pieces of legislation that I have pointed to are in draft in order to come before, at some point, to this honorable chamber. Mr. President, as I close, I want again to thank all of the honorable members for their support of these amendments. And I want to indicate that we will remain steadfast, certainly as a government, in our commitment, and I reiterate, to doing all that we can and all that is necessary to reverse the perception in this country that workers are there only for the exploitation of profit, Mr. President. To reverse the perception in this country that the main concern that employers should have is whether or not they pay a fair wage, but that there are other things that need to be put in place in order to enhance and uplift workers in this country. That this government is committed to ensuring that through the vehicle that it has in the context of legislation, that it will not be deterred in its efforts to make sure that across all areas that we introduce the necessary legislation for the protection of workers in this country. Mr. President, I do not beg to move that Your Honor I do not beg that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do now leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of the bill.
The question is that I do now leave the chair and the Honourable Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Senate is now in committee.
Madam Chair, may we take the bill in two parts, two bites? Clauses 1 to 8.
Madam Chair, I do not beg that clauses 1 to 8 stand part.
The question is that clauses 1 through 8 do now stand part. All members in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clauses 9 to 14.
Madam Chair, I do not beg that clauses 9 to 14 stand part.
Question is that clauses 9 through 14 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the, Safety and Health at Work Act 2022. Amendment Act 2022.
question is that this bill do now pass and be so cited. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed. So passed and cited.
Mr. President, in keeping with the provisions of the bill that we have just passed, I beg to move a suspension of the sitting for 15 minutes to allow us a few moments to walk around, and we will reconvene at 5:30 p.m., well, 5:45 p.m.
The question is that for our health and safety, this will be suspended for 15 minutes. We resume, I couldn't help myself. We resume at 5:45 p.m. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. This sitting is suspended until 5:45 p.m. This sitting is resumed.
Mr. President, order number 2, in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Debt Conversion Counter Guarantee Bill 2022.
Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is a short but important bill which is before this honorable chamber. Mr. President, I don't think that I would have to share with any of the members of this honorable chamber or anyone in the public space that the question of debt and debt management is a source of conversation which the government of Barbados has been deeply involved in, both internal to the apparatus of government and externally with its development partners, as well as with our financing partners. And so, Mr. President, I am sure that when I move a motion to discuss something called the Debt Conversion Bill, it does generate some conversation and it does attract some attention. Because the question obviously is, and the first and the most logical thing most want to know is, what is it? What is it about? What is the government attempting to do? What are we hoping to accomplish with this measure? And how does this measure address the issues that are of concern to us? Now, Mr. President, I want to start by putting this in a policy framework, first of all, by looking at what is contained within the specifics of the bill before this honorable chamber. It is a short bill, Mr. President. It is 7 clauses only, but it speaks specifically to what is the purpose of the bill. And the purpose of the bill, the primary purpose of this bill, is to authorize the government of Barbados, as outlined at Clause 3, to enter into counter guarantee agreements in respect of debt in order to facilitate the execution of programs in 3 main areas. And those 3 main areas are environmental, economic, and social development. That is the primary purpose of this bill. But what does that mean, Mr. President, in real terms? Mr. President, let me start by saying, first of all, that in the last administration, the last term of this administration, the 2018 period, there was an entity known as the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and the Blue Economy. That entity, that ministry, has since been folded into the Ministry of Environment to treat with both the blue and the green economy, Mr. President. Now, what is that going to do in this incarnation? Mr. President, I believe that the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and the Blue Economy achieved a level of recognition globally because it was the first of its kind anywhere. It was the first time that we had elevated the attention being paid to the blue economy to the level of having a dedicated ministry. And why would we do that as an administration, Mr. President? It is known that Barbados' natural capital is about 424 times larger in terms of its ocean mass, is 425 times larger than our land mass. It means that there is more water around us that is under the jurisdiction of Barbados than there is land mass, Mr. President. And so it is only fitting and appropriate that a government that is interested in transformation, that is interested in development, and that has prioritized the 3 things of which I just spoke, environmental, social, and economic development, would attempt to treat to that that water mass in the same way that we have historically treated to the development of our land mass. And it is on that basis, Mr. President, that we have subsequently developed in the last term of this administration, a blue economy roadmap. That roadmap, Mr. President, outlines how Barbados as a country is going to develop a national marine spatial plan, how we are going to allow for sustainable utilization of resources, how we are going to increase the total area that is available for marine protected areas. And I believe that the minister at the time for Maritime Affairs would have outlined what some of those areas would be, and how we will allow for the expansion of institutionalized support for ecosystem-based fisheries management. And on that basis, Mr. President, the government of Barbados, and I believe that I have just laid earlier today, as documents of this House, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, and this is a direct correlation, Mr. President, to the work being done in this particular bill. And so we have here that there are a number of elements included in the plan for the blue economy, and they include three main areas. One, I just mentioned, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, how we go about sensitizing key stakeholders to the plan, to the process, and then thirdly, how we increase the areas under sustainable use and management for the benefit of all. So, Mr. President, these are the contextual frameworks within this particular work is being done. And so how does this then lend itself to Barbados developing a framework that is going to be called something like a debt conversion guarantee bill? How is this all connected, Mr. President? Mr. President, right now, around the world, there are approximately 40 countries who have developed what we call conservation funds. They have developed conservation funds, Mr. President, because they recognize that there is a responsibility to preserve, to conserve, and to develop in sustainable mechanisms, using sustainable mechanisms. And Barbados now is going to be among those countries, 40 countries in the world, over a 30-year period. Barbados is going to now be, proposed to be, among those countries of the world that establishes a fund and a mechanism that allows us to invest in the sustainable management of our resources. Now, this is not work that has just started. This is work that has begun and has been underway over the period of December 2021 into 2022 until May. There have been meetings with all of the stakeholders, all of the partners, all of the development agencies have had an opportunity to weigh into this, Mr. President. And on that basis, a draft framework has been developed. Now, there's also a level of what this is going to be capitalized at, and I think it is a mark of confidence, Mr. President, that initially it was earmarked that the government of Barbados would look for the guarantee for operational and technical cooperation in partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank and the Nature Conservancy, TNC, we will call it later on, for approximately $100 million. That sum has since, Mr. President, been increased to $150 million, with the Inter-American Development Bank guaranteeing $100 million and with the TNC guaranteeing $50 million, Mr. President. And so that is, I believe, a vote of confidence in the government of Barbados and in this particular initiative. Now, what is the initiative? There are two specific objectives of this initiative. One, strengthening the institutional framework to support sustainable finance and adequate natural resource management. And secondly, improving debt management capacity with a focus on environmental and financial sustainability. And there are three components within the program. And this is just the in principle, these are just the in principle components that we are seeing here so far. The first component, Mr. President, is macroeconomic stability, sustainability. The second component is about strengthening institutional capacity to finance the blue and sustainable economy. And that would include things, Mr. President, like developing and enabling an environment for sustainable investments, to create a sustainable trust fund for investing in the blue and the sustainable economy. And thirdly and finally, Mr. President, improving the Barbados debt management institutional framework and capacities by doing two principal things. Strengthening the debt management institutional framework in the first instance, and secondly, developing new instruments to improve sustainability. These are just the high-level views that I have given you of what is incorporated in the policy expectation for this particular initiative. But there is the expectation that a full matrix will be developed in collaboration with the partners, the government of Barbados, the Ministry of Environment, including the blue and the green economy, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Nature Conservancy, and all of the other partners who have done this globally, who have expressed an interest in working with Barbados to develop these mechanisms, Mr. President, that we will have the development of a full, what we call verification matrix to ensure that that which is designed is used for that specific purpose. Now, Mr. President, I think one of the things that I want to draw the attention of the Honorable Chamber to, because we talk a lot of times about things relating to transparency and accountability and ensuring that the members of the public, and starting first of all with members of the Parliament, are in possession of what the government has committed to. And I would wish to draw to the attention of the members here the provisions of the Counter Guarantee Agreement at Clause 4, Paragraph 3. A copy of every Counter Guarantee Agreement shall be laid before Parliament within 30 days of the conclusion of that agreement, or if Parliament does not sit within that time, within 30 days after the commencement of its next sitting. Now, Mr. President, the expectation is that in the three component areas that I have just outlined, along with the verification matrix that will be elaborated, that there will be mechanisms and frameworks which will evolve out of this. This simply forms what we would describe as the vehicle for accessing the financing, and that the specific agreement signed within the context of this mechanism will become documents which are laid in this Parliament within 30 days of being signed. That, Mr. President, is again an indication of the accountability and the transparency mechanisms that this administration has committed to and is putting into every single instrument to which it ascribes its signature. Now, we expect, Mr. President, that the power to sign at Clause 6, it is a simple matter of the minister. This is nothing unusual. Implementation of obligations, which is the final clause, nothing unusual, Mr. President. But I think that the key and the most important thing that we would want to make sure that the Honourable Chamber is cognizant of is that this is an administration, Mr. President, that had a decline in GDP over the course of COVID as a result of the cessation in travel in the international tourism market. And so, Mr. President, it's an interesting thing that, just yesterday, we heard news coming out of the UK, one of our major source markets, for example, about the issues of congestion at Heathrow International Airport, for example, and Heathrow International Airport asking airlines to stop selling seats over the summer months through September. We have a scenario, Mr. President, where we also have had one of the major airline carriers that is used to bringing travel to Barbados also canceling over 10,000 flights to globally, Mr. President. That is happening with every single carrier globally as they face staff shortages, as they face challenges with crewing up, as they face challenges, Mr. President, with taking on new equipment and changing out their fleet. Mr. President, we are in unprecedented times where our traditional sectors are under threat in ways that we have not seen before. Mr. President, there are things that we always talk about in economic terms, external factors or exogenous factors. If there was ever a time, Mr. President, where there were exogenous factors affecting the development of a nation, it is this time, Mr. President. And so here we are, a government making a decision, as we have done on previous items of legislation, Mr. President. A few weeks ago, we made the decision that we would still be proceeding with road works for people in the rural areas because it is still important. Here we are, Mr. President, we're making provisions in terms of the labor environment within which we operate because those things are still important. We are still investing, Mr. President, in healthcare because those things are still important. We're still committed to education, and so we're expanding the safety net. Those things are still important. We're still ensuring that we maintain, keep up with the rest of the world, and that we are bridging the digital divide, and so we're still investing in digitalization. And we are a nation that has a long history of leading the way on sustainability, sustainable development, small island developing states, and our Prime Minister has been walking the length and the breadth of the global community, speaking in very strident terms about the importance of countries paying attention to the climate crisis. And so this is an administration that is now treating to innovative measures of managing debt by looking at new ways and new mechanisms to ensure that we as a country can still continue to invest in the things that are important to us and are important to our people, and in this instance, in the area of the blue economy and in the area of sustainability. Mr. President, I am very proud to be a member of an administration that even under difficult circumstances, even under dire external and global circumstances, we still find a way to ensure that the things that form a part of who we are and our core principles, that we still ensure that we put mechanisms in place to lend themselves towards future transformation of a Barbados in which we can all be proud. I am not going to spend a long time on this introduction of the bill, Mr. President, because there are those who are here who have a depth and a wealth of knowledge on matters relating to environmental sustainability, and who have been actively involved in much of the work getting us to this point. And so I want to be able to give them an opportunity to take the floor and to share some of the substantive work that has brought us to this point, and I will have an opportunity to respond and to share any further information a little later in the debate as I close. So with these few words, Mr. President, I now beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummins. Senator Drix.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to say before I start, although this is an area that is very dear and near to my heart, I will not be long this afternoon because this bill is essentially quite broad in nature, and it, for all intents and purposes, is seeking to be a general legal framework by which the government can operate as it relates to debt conversions, or, you know, it's commonly known as debt swaps. But for the purpose of the discussion this afternoon, debt conversions, because I think it's a better terminology, Mr. President. But, sir, we essentially have a bill that, as I said, authorizes the government to enter into counter agreements with other agencies for various purposes, specific purposes, as it relates to a broad framework of sustainable development. Because when we talk about reaching economic, environmental, and social obligations, that is essentially what we're talking about when we're talking about sustainable development, Mr. President. And sir, through this debt conversion bill, what it does is it establishes the legal framework by which the government of Barbados can enter into a new type of financing mechanism, which is new to us, but it has been around since the 1980s. I believe Bolivia was the first country to utilize such a mechanism. But for us, it is a new mechanism, and it, in some instances, allows us to refinance existing debt. And through that refinancing, we can lower the interest rate. We can negotiate to lower the interest rate on some of the debt that we have. And it also extends the maturity of the debt. And in doing those two things, Mr. President, it allows us to have access to savings, because now, instead of having to service the debt in one way where you're paying higher rates of debt obligations, you're now saving that money. And that savings, Mr. President, then can be used as capital to make available for sustainability projects, as the leader of government business noted. Sir, and being a fly on the wall in certain conversations, Mr. President, I think that these types of agreements, if executed in the right way, can have some real implications for the country going forward. Because what it can do is make available financing to move projects that, by and large, would not have the necessary availability of funds to be deployed, Mr. President. And those projects would be projects that put people, Mr. President, and nature at the center of what we do. And what is particularly encouraging is that when you have these debt swaps or debt conversions, it is usually that you're taking or you're restructuring financing to external creditors, and then that the savings are then used in the local context. So there is an aspect of this that at community level, Mr. President, we have NGOs, non-governmental organizations, CSOs, and other community organizations, Mr. President, that can benefit from this type of vehicle. So it may seem high level, it may seem esoteric, but once the implementation starts, there are many persons and organizations on the ground, Mr. President, that can benefit from it, who, at this point in time, are cash-strapped, they're struggling for financing, they don't have the capacity to carry out a lot of the work that they want to do. And it is not that they lack the ideas, they lack the agency in some instances, but it is that they just simply do not have the requisite financing. And this, Mr. President, can be something that fills that void for them. So, Mr. President, it can be a catalyst for creating an enabling environment for what we would essentially know as the traditional means of environmental activism or social activism. But, sir, it can also move us into a space where we formalize social enterprises. Because if we are saying that there is a breakdown in the fabric of our society, there are social ills that need to be addressed, Mr. President, can we now have a discussion around a policy framework, a legal framework around social enterprises? And what are social enterprises? Social enterprises, Mr. President, are not businesses that seek, or their primary objective, do not seek to maximize profits, but they are based on reaching and attaining social objectives, and they work particularly with vulnerable communities. They offer goods and services to the community, but their main objective is social transformation and social change. So, Mr. President, I think there's also room now for discussion around formalizing social enterprises in Barbados, because the legal framework as it stands, as it relates to the Companies Act, we have nonprofit organizations and we have charities. So there is a nuance in there, because a social enterprise can have revenue, it can make profit, but it still has the characteristics of what we would usually call a nonprofit organization or a charity. So I think there's some discussion to be had on how we move forward with something like social enterprises in Barbados, given that the government, as we know it, can't do everything. And then we have a charity who is not legally able to go there and make money, generate revenue from goods and services. So then the question has to be, are there new mechanisms that we can implement or support, such as social enterprises, Mr. President, to reach our sustainable development goals? Mr. President, though, going back to the bill before the chamber, these types of arrangements are becoming very popular as countries recognize that we are facing a twin crisis, which is the environmental and the social breakdown that we're facing. And the popular instrument that we usually hear about are debt for nature swaps. Sir, and through a debt for nature swap or conversion, a nation or a country can cancel some of its external debt, as I said earlier, and use that savings in local currency to capitalize, as the leader of government business spoke about, these environmental trusts or even endowment funds to finance the local initiatives. And they're based on specific targets and objectives. And given the framework, or the multiple frameworks, I should say, that Barbados currently has as it relates to the environment and sustainability, there are numerous climate and environmental policies that the government of Barbados has, from energy to biodiversity, as we heard earlier, to the blue economy. So there's no shortage, Mr. President, by which this vehicle can be tied to the programmatic goals that the government already has, and can be tied to debt conversions in these counter agreements as we move forward. So, Mr. President, what I'm speaking of, it sounds very benevolent. It sounds all like a win-win situation. But like everything in life that is man-made, there are pros and there are cons. When I started to look at, there must be some risk associated with these types of agreements. And so there's an OECD report titled Lesson Learned from Experience with Debt for Environment Swaps in Economies in Transition. And that report outlines a few of the risks associated with these debt for nature swaps, as they're commonly called. And the report says that negotiating a debt swap can downgrade a country's credit rating. And it can also distort more favorable debt treatment operations like debt relief and restructuring, because the debt for nature swaps are long-term commitments and are sensitive to the macroeconomic and political instability. I don't think, Mr. President, based on our history, we would have to worry about something like instability, but we are in unprecedented times. But, Mr. President, I table that and I leave it there, yes. The deterioration, Mr. President, also of the fiscal situation can also affect a debt swap and can undermine the capacity of the debtor country to meet its obligations. But the last risk, Mr. President, is one that I want to highlight and to speak to, where the OECD report states that there is a risk that the revenues generated from a debt for nature swap could be mismanaged and that the environmental objectives may not be met. Mr. President, I raise that and highlight that point because we're living in an environment where we recently had the latest Auditor General's report. And if we are going to embark on these types of mechanisms where we're trying to reduce and manage the debt profile of the country over the medium to long term, and we're saying we're now going to divert savings from these agreements to local initiatives through various institutions, Mr. President, there must be strong governance arrangements and financial oversights of these institutions. Because the funds that are being utilized under an environmental trust, an endowment fund, whatever the mechanism may be, are going to be intrinsically tied to the arrangements that we have as it relates to our external creditors, or through international financial institutions, multilateral lending agencies, Mr. President. And going into those arrangements, they are expecting these commitments that we sign on to be met. So we can't have the mismanagement of funds, we can't have discrepancies, and the things that we are seeing coming out of the Auditor General's report in the provision of basic services, Mr. President. So there's a hesitancy and a caution that I place here, because we have to demonstrate, Mr. President, in very clear terms that there's a level of competency that we're going to enter into these arrangements. And it has to be that as we move forward, as we try to build out these innovative policy instruments, we get the basics right. We get the basics right, Mr. President. And despite all that is said or is contained in the latest Auditor General report, which I'm sure that the Chamber at some point may have an opportunity to speak to, I want, Mr. President, to stand here and to commend the work of the technocrats in the Ministry of Environment. Mr. President, the depth and breadth of work that some of those technocrats in the ministry are responsible for, it is absolutely astounding. It is a ministry that is sometimes overlooked, but the mandate that some of the technocrats have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, they must be commended, Mr. President, for keeping the ship afloat and allowing Barbados and allowing this chamber to even reach the stage by which we have a piece of legislation along with the Ministry of Finance, I can't forget them. But there's a relationship that I have with some of them in the Ministry of Environment, Mr. President, that we can reach the stage that we have this type of legislation reaching this honorable chamber. Mr. President, I am confident that those who are, because this is a situation that is ongoing, so I don't want to say too much about what is happening, but I am confident, Mr. President, that the persons who speak on our behalf at the negotiation table are competent and they are working for the best interests of this country, Mr. President. And I really wanted to publicly thank them for the work that they do that goes very much unnoticed, Mr. President. But, sir, there's also a level of care based on the observations that I've made in some of these discussions that has to be taken as well. Because we have to ensure that as we move forward and we change the way that people interact and experience the natural environment, that they are brought along. Because there are some things that are culturally embedded in how we utilize natural resources, the natural environment in Barbados. And unless you have the information adequately going out to stakeholders, the ones who are directly affected by these types of arrangements, Mr. President, you may fail before you even start. That is an outcome that could be if you do not handle these negotiations with care. And if we're also saying that we're going to divert funds to some local institution, agency, environmental trust, sir, it has to also be driven by and supported by the local stakeholders on the ground. Because people have to feel, they must feel that they are part of the process and that they benefit in some way. Because if you have a situation where stakeholders feel as though they're being blindsided, they're being ostracized, their concerns are not being listened to, then that then creates a vacuum, Mr. President, where you're trying to attain targets, goals, and commitments, but there's a level of apathy, Mr. President, that you then have no action happening on the ground. So you need the support, Mr. President, of those who are working day to day in these environments to have a successful debt conversion, environmental trust, endowment fund type of arrangement going forward. Mr. President, I also want to raise in terms of consultation, and I'm at the consultation phase of this because that's where we're at the moment. I do not believe anything has been finalized. So we're still very much in the consultation phase of it. And I respect that there's a level of sensitivity as well of where we are in this process. But we have to also recognize that as well-meaning as we may be, we have to all operate, those at the table, in good faith. And I say that because there's a balancing act when it comes to environmental preservation, conservation, and livelihoods, because people use the natural environment to create value, sell goods, services, and products. So they're using the resources that someone is now telling them, Mr. President, that no, you may not be able to fish here. No, you may not be able to do this particular activity here. And that in and of itself, Mr. President, creates conflict. And a really good example of this, Mr. President, has been playing out in the news, the international news recently. Mr. President, in the last few days, the Dutch government has committed to reducing the emissions of nitrogen oxide and ammonia from livestock farming. And they have some very laudable targets, but what we've seen from afar is that has not been met with open arms by Dutch farmers. There are massive protests happening because effectively what it is that the farmers are feeling is that the government is trying to take away their livelihoods. And that is why I say we have to all operate in good faith, Mr. President, for these things to work. And it appears even from, afar that the farmers were not included in those negotiations as it relates to those climate targets. Because clearly then the roadmap by which you implement some of the policies would have been different. There would have been buy-in from the farmers, and you would have been able to have a more smooth transition, a just transition as we call it technically, Mr. President. So if Barbados is to look around the globe as, yes, we move forward and we have to attend to the climate crisis, the environmental degradation, the unsustainable use of resources, it has to be in a way that stakeholders are on board and we provide a just transition, Mr. President, because if people are excluded and it seems as a heavy-handed approach, you're telling people what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, and it feels as though they're being robbed of their livelihood, Mr. President, that is when you create the social tension and the social unrest that we, Mr. President, that is not what we are about and that is not what we want. And it is something that I felt the need to highlight this evening as we move forward. But Mr. President, although that is a case by which we can look at and see what lessons we can learn, there are other good examples around best practices, as I would call them. Seychelles, in 2018, they were the first small island developing state to undertake a debt for nature swap as it relates to their ocean space. And I think, Mr. President, the model that the Seychelles used is something that we can look at in terms of how it was done and even the implementation in order to leverage some of the assets that we have to move forward in terms of protecting the ocean space, the exclusive economic zone that we have, as the leader of government business spoke about, and expanding the activity that we have in the blue economy. Mr. President, even closer to home, Belize, they have had a very successful debt for nature swap as well recently. And they now have an agreement that seeks to protect their barrier reef. On November 5th, they signed a debt for nature swap with a subsidiary of the Nature Conservancy, which is called TNC, to reduce their country's external debt by 10% of GDP. And Mr. President, what they were able to do is to basically restructure all of their external commercial debt, $553 million, equivalent to 30% of their GDP. And they were able to refinance that and issue $364 million in what is called blue bonds. And that, as I said, is a best practice that we can use. It's right there in the Caribbean. And as countries start to contextualize the instruments or the new policy framework through these debt conversions, debt for nature swaps, Mr. President, I think that there's a level of technical expertise in Barbados that I am confident that we will arrive at an agreement that works for both people and our natural environment, Mr. President, that is transformative. But, sir, I also still say that we must be vigilant, and I ask the persons who are involved in negotiations to continue to be vigilant, continue to have your voices heard at the table, because it makes a difference when your perspective and your interest is on the table when the negotiations are happening, because it is it is your livelihoods, it is our livelihoods that are at stake. And although many persons may feel like it is an external force that is dictating or driving the process, it is the initiative of the government of Barbados, because it is still very much tied to the economic objectives of sustainable debt management for the country as a whole. And sir, my final comments come to a clause 4 of the bill, which the Leader of Government Business spoke to, part 3. Because I think it is very instructive that this clause was included in this bill. Because many members, even in the chamber, when reading the bill, may not have the full context behind the intent of the bill or what it is tied to. And clause 4, part 3 of the bill states, a copy of every counter guarantee agreement shall be laid before Parliament, as was said earlier, within 30 days of the conclusion of that agreement, or if Parliament does not sit within 30 days after the commencement of its next sitting. And so I really want to commend the administration for including this clause, because it speaks to, and I'm going to hold the government accountable for this, I personally am saying it on the floor, it speaks to an administration that is willing to share with the Parliament of Barbados and wider stakeholders the details of these types of new mechanisms, these new financing mechanisms, because there is a lot of talk, as we've heard for the last couple of weeks, about where we're going in terms of debt management and the debt profile of Barbados. And what I want to say, Mr. President, is this bill, as broad as it is a first step. It is one of the first steps. There's going to be a suite of legislation that will pass through this House that is related to this bill. And Mr. President, I know that I will have more than enough time when those bills pass through this House to have a more fulsome debate on these issues and the new mechanisms in terms of the debt conversion that the government is seeking to embark on. And Mr. President, with those few words, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Drakes. Senator Dr. Hanks.
Good evening, and thank you for acknowledging me, Mr. President. I'm really happy that Senator Drakes went before me, because now I can speak for a much shorter time, since she covered off a lot of the things that I wanted to discuss. But there is something that I want to discuss that she has left me some space to do so in a little more depth than I might have otherwise done. So, the Leader of Government Business contextualized this in a way for us, and I appreciate that contextualization. I also appreciate, as both Senator Cummins and Senator Drakes noted, that we will be able to see these agreements. They will come before us, we will be able to scrutinize them, and I think this is a really excellent step. However, I have to admit that I was so curious when I got these 5 pages and 7 clauses, because I was not quite sure what this was all about. What is it about? What's it trying to achieve or accomplish? And although I got the broad policy framework from Senator Cummins, I did not get much in the way of detail as to what this really is. And I have to say, I listened to the debate in the other place, and what did I get there? In the other place, I heard a lot about what happened for 10 years, how poorly the financial situation was managed, how awful this was. I understand, we know, because remember, all 30 seats we gave twice, exactly. So we knew all of that. So we got all of that, chapter and verse. But at the end, I still was clueless as to what this thing was. The only thing I got from this was debt for nature swap. Okay, so there's a debt for nature swap. Now, that's okay, because I know what a debt for nature swap is. So that's all right for me. But imagine the people of Barbados who have all of these questions about the debt that we are taking on. Day in, day out, people are asking about the IMF debt. How much debt is Barbados going to take on? All we could do is borrow, borrow, borrow. And we do not take the time to explain what on earth this thing is, because it would be very useful to explain what it is. Why is it useful to explain it? Because what this essentially facilitates is the conversion of our existing debt to other kinds of productive ways of employing our money for environmental purposes. Yes, debt for nature. But this is not just a debt for nature swap, because as I read, we're looking at environmental, economic, social, and other matters. So this can go even beyond that, which would be amazing if we can find ways to convert our existing debt. What I noted, I take notes all the time. So the last time we were here, we had a different discussion, but we were talking about debt as well. And I wrote down some figures. The debt to GDP ratio for Barbados as of December 2021 was 136%. And the expectation by the end of this year is around 120%. That's still high. And we are trying to get to a level of 60%. So what these kinds of initiatives can do is take some of this debt that we have and convert it into something else that is not debt. How do these things work? We were not told how they work. Why wouldn't the government explain to the people of Barbados who have all of these questions about the debt situation, how these work, and how beneficial they will be? Why did they not make a connection to the climate crisis that we hear about day in and day out? Climate crisis is hurricane season. We're going to have these storms that are getting worse and worse. Why was that connection not made so that people can understand that despite these 5 pages, this could be a mighty piece of legislation that facilitates so much in the country? And this is my source of disappointment. So although there is transparency, there will be transparency because we will be able to see these agreements. There was no transparency in introducing this to the public. And I am really disappointed about this. And when we talk about trust, people trusting the government, these are the kinds of things that lead to distrust, to lack of trust. That instead of telling us what this is about, you're going to campaign. When there's no need to campaign. There's no need. Tell us about our business so that we can understand it properly. So let me just say a little bit about what else I had to say here before I get too hot. Now, Senator Drakes noted that these are not new initiatives. She also noted that the first of these was in 1987. I have this in my notes as well. These are very useful because what these can allow, these debt for nature swaps in particular, is that you can exchange your debt for debt at a lower level. So first of all, there's a write-off. Part of the debt can be written off and then converted to local currency, which is really important too when we think about foreign reserves and the preservation of our reserves. And then after that, the agreement is that this saving you have on your debt, you will use this towards a conservation project or some other kind of environmental project. It could be a climate initiative, it could be something else. Now, these are the older ways of doing this, the bilateral ones which occurred in the 1980s, in particular across Latin America in light of the Latin American debt crisis. The current day iterations can be more complex and can include third parties. They can also include the purchase of countries' debt on secondary markets. So there's some complexity in there. And this requires a level of negotiation and skill, which Senator Drake spoke about. And like her, I am confident that we will do this properly because of how important it is. I'm saying this in actual confidence and also in hope that we will do this properly, because these things need to be implemented appropriately if we are to see the benefits. Senator Drakes also noted the initiative in Belize, which I looked at as well, and I think that this can be a good example, but I can't say that it's a success just yet because this was only November 2021, and like us, we have to see if Belize will implement this properly and ensure that they protect the reef. Developing countries face difficult situations. They have a lot of choices to make about where to expend their resources, how to use their resources. And countries such as ours that seek to provide a wide social safety net, to provide a variety of services to the population, need to find ways to use our resources appropriately. And this is one way that we can do this. We can free up some of the money that we are taking out of every dollar and paying towards debt to use to protect the environment, to deal with climate change, to deal with the many social issues that we face, health care, so many things we can use this initiative for. And I hope that the public will be able to appreciate and understand this. It shouldn't be getting this from me, nor Senator Drakes. This should be coming from those with responsibility for introducing this to the public. But I hope that people understand and appreciate that these are good initiatives. I also want to highlight some of the risks because I don't want to sell this as a panacea. There are risks, and Senator Drakes highlighted a few of these very well. There's one in particular, there are two that I want to mention. She noted the negotiations. These can be expensive and lengthy. I don't know the details about what we are negotiating, how far along we are, but they can be expensive and lengthy. There can be some resource use conflicts or challenges as well. And what we have seen is that in some parts of the world where, for instance, there are conservation areas or preservation areas that have been set up in places where communities have used the land for other purposes, so that there's a bit of a conflict here. And this particularly pertains to Indigenous people in some contexts. So these are things that we can bear in mind since these are not new. We have to take them into consideration, and we also have to take into consideration the sovereignty bargains. And I believe Senator Drakes touched on this to some extent as well, but I want to just drill down a little bit more. So just as we engage with the International Monetary Fund, and we want to ensure that we carve out programs that are homegrown and that serve us appropriately, we have to ensure that we don't get into situations where we allow some other entity to decide for us how we are dealing with the environment or with health care or whatever else it is. We still have to have a level of policy autonomy in making some decisions about how we do this in light of, as Senator King spoke about earlier, cultural context, knowing how we do things, how we use the land, what our particular concerns are based on the expertise that we have. We have it here, not external entities believing that they know so much about Barbados. So this is one thing that we do have to bear in mind so that we don't end up getting locked into some kind of environmental initiative or social initiative, an initiative to deal with crime, for instance, that does not suit us as appropriately as it should. So this is one risk and a caution that I offer. So in the end, I would like to say that this is a very good idea. I hope that it will, again, be implemented properly. But I really am not pleased with the level of obfuscation that came along with this bill, not just with respect to the people of Barbados, but even to this chamber, where I believe we would have benefited from some kind of explanatory note or something to allow us to understand what this was about. It is important for us, for governance, for the same transparency that we talk about, to go beyond the press conference and to explain things to people at the point of introduction, to provide answers, real answers to questions rather than non-answers, half answers, and campaigning. I believe these things are important. And I have some experience with non-answers since I have a question that has not been answered since the 29th of April, but we can leave that for another time. So, I thank you Mr. President, for allowing me to speak on this matter. You obviously have heard that I'm a little bit passionate about it. I hope to see some of the agreements coming before us, and I hope that we will all pay close attention to them so that we can assist in helping to carve out these very useful initiatives for the benefit of Barbados. I hope that we will get further information. Senator Drake's talked about the suite of legislation that will be coming soon, and this is a time frame that I am not comfortable with. That's why you're hearing the Olympus, right? This movie is coming soon and a trailer. But I hope that we will get some time, time specific, because this is not the Olympus or the globe. We need to know when this is going to be happening. It may not be exact time, but ballpark, when and how, so that we can really be vigilant, as Senator Cummins said, and scrutinize these agreements to the benefit of the people of Barbados. Mr. President, thank you. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Hayes. Senator Dr. Bradford.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me say that the matter under consideration is of great importance for the financial and economic development of our country. Senator Cummins, Senator Drakes, and Senator Hines, in my view, have done an excellent job in outlining the framework and some of the details and the risk that are involved in this kind of arrangement. These kinds of initiatives have been around for some time. In fact, I know of two countries, Costa Rica and Guyana, that have been involved in this kind of work in efforts that have to do with environmental sustainability and have to do with protection of their tropical forests. In fact, Costa Rica is one of the leaders, in my view, in this kind of initiative. The initiative, in my view, Mr. President, sets out for Barbados another instrument in our efforts to find financial resources to finance our development. Let me say that as a small island developing state, I don't think we know, and I don't think anyone can predict what it is going to cost to maintain the sustainability of our country in the context of climate change. I don't think anyone knows. And therefore, we have to be prepared to find appropriate mechanisms to address unknown costs that may come our way in the light of climate change. These instruments, or this instrument we're discussing today, is another avenue of potential financial support where we can exchange some of our debt for local financial resources that can support the green and the blue economy and provide appropriate financial resources for development with a greater environmental focus on national biodiversity, on response to climate change, on using the sea and our marine resources for food, and the promotion of a green economy that supports our food security. Mr. President, you will no doubt remember that in our last session, we discussed our Scotland district and the fact that we were borrowing a significant amount of money for the development of that part of our country. And I mentioned the need to have an agribusiness focus to that development so that we not only promote the conservation, but we promote the potential of that resource for the promotion of jobs, employment opportunity, and the creation of wealth. Mr. President, we need all the resources that we can have because to protect our infrastructure, to protect our coastline, to protect our beaches, to conserve our water going forward, and the potential of devastating climate events could devastate our country and create great havoc. But, Mr. President, as we consider the topic of debt, financial instruments, we must also consider the management of our public affairs and our public finance. The question of transparency and accountability raised their head once more. In this regard, Mr. President, I seek your indulgence to make a few comments on the most recent report of the Auditor General of Barbados. Let me begin by admitting that this is the first time that I have seen such a report, and consequently, in reading the same, I got many surprises. Mr. President, my first surprise came in section 211, which states the following: the audit of the financial statements of the Government of Barbados for the period ended the 31st of March 2021 revealed a number of material errors and omissions which rendered the financial statements unreliable. Mr. President, this shocked me. During my career, I had the privilege and opportunity to manage an international agency that had a budget of just about $200 million and employed 1,000 employees. The institution had an internal auditor, a firm of external auditors, and an audit review committee, all designed to ensure that the financial resources of the organization were managed with accountability and transparency. Mr. President, as the Chief Executive Officer of the Institute, when I was the Director General, I could not present to the governors of the institution a report that said that the errors and omissions in the report rendered the statement unreliable. Unless, of course, Mr. President, I was seeking to be relieved of my job or relieved of my responsibilities. To me, the people of Barbados deserve an Auditor General's report that is clear and transparent and that shows how public funds are used for the development of this country. And given the statement that the Auditor General made, I read the report not knowing which portions of the report was reliable and which portions were not. In fact, Mr. President, in section 212, I read the financial statements were presented to the Auditor General on the 31st of July. No, that were supposed to be presented on the 31st of July to the Auditor General were not presented until the 31st of December. The Auditor General's comment is that greater efforts has to be made to ensure that reporting deadlines are met if the reports are to be relevant and impactful for decision making. I believe, Mr. President, that those to whom public funds are entrusted and who are not prepared to report and account for those funds should be relieved of their responsibilities. In section 218 of the report, it is stated that the bank reconciliation statements held by the Treasury were not provided to the auditors. The absence of bank reconciliation statement contravenes Financial Rule 90 and is of concern that such statements have not been prepared for a number of years. The reconciliation process is critical in identifying arrears or unusual transactions in the accounts so that corrective remedial measures can be taken into consideration in a timely manner. In section 238, it is reported that $3.9 million in pension money were paid out in the name of deceased persons. Mr. President, the government has indicated that it will support 1,000 of our needy citizens. Let us use our money for the living and not for the dead. In section 3.9, the report indicates...
Senator Dr. Braffett, you're going well. I hate to interrupt you, but I think you're going beyond the latitude in that this is a debate on the debt conversion bill. And according to section Standing Order 35, the debate has to be kept within that. So some segue into, clearly, your first point was substantive, which was if we're going to get into that arrangements, we need to make sure that all of our systems are in place, financial reporting and so on. But to justify that point does not need a point-by-point discussion on all of the aspects of the General's report. So I think you may want to just tighten it up a bit. We've gotten the point, make one or two more, but I wouldn't want you to use the rest of your time in another matter which demands its own substantive debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe, Mr. President, as we speak of debt and as we speak of finance, that it would have been appropriate to bring to the attention of the chamber a report that was sent to me by the officers of the Senate, and therefore I assume that it was sent to me for my information and for my consideration. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to inform you that I had the opportunity to read the report, and I wanted to make a few comments on the report that was sent to me.
Entirely, I'm saying I'm letting you give a few, but we still have to, within each of the debates that comes before us, according to Standing Order 35, we just have to make sure that we stay within scope. That's all. So you can make a few more, but it is not the debate for that one in its detailed analysis. But once you stick to the general point of the importance of property and financial management to underpin the debt conversion bill, then it remains within scope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I assume, therefore, that we may have the opportunity to discuss this report at another time. Since it was sent to me, I assume that in the context of the communications that were sent to me, that I had a responsibility to read them and to comment. So I was just commenting on what was sent for my attention.
I agree with you, Senator. All I'm saying is that according to Standing Order 35, the comments have to be within the scope of the debate. So you can make a few more observations, but the detailed breakdown of all aspects of the report may not necessarily be germane to the debt conversion bill that we're discussing. No, that's what I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So I'm giving you some latitude, but I don't want that we go too far down the line from the main body of the.
In that regard, Mr. President, I will summarize very quickly.
Yeah, please carry on. Just give you guidance. As you're new to the process, I'm just giving you guidance because there is a limitation of scope on each debate, really.
I think, Mr. President, that based on what I've read, that there's clearly a need for stricter measures that promote accountability and transparency. And that the report that I read demonstrate that there are some loopholes that need to be tightened up, corrected, adjusted, and attended to. And as we see new instruments of financial support for our development agenda, we should be mindful of these loopholes. And we should seek in whatever way we can to ensure that public funds, either through debt swaps or whatever mechanism we may use to finance the development of our country, that transparency and accountability are central to the implementation of the actions that seek to make Barbados a better place. I'm obliged. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Braffett. And that's the way that you can link the two matters. Thank you very much for accepting the guidance. Senator Dr. Monroe-Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I rise to support this bill before us, I'm minded to reflect that certainly the discussion and debate so far has caused me to think about the importance of our bicameral legislature and the fact that it provides for the country and its citizens to be able to participate in debate in two places, to hear concerns from different sides and different opinions. It adds to building awareness, it adds to education, it adds to fuller understanding. In the context of debt, Mr. President, we've had over perhaps last month much conversation in this country. And I think that if we are fair, we would also suggest that certainly this government and its leader is not one that shies away from confronting the hard questions. This government and its leader has been known to engage the country and its citizens directly on the hardest of issues. Just recently, for instance, we engage in St. George Speaks, which is one of a number of engagements that we'll be having through various parishes and constituencies across the island. And a leader of another Caribbean country, on hearing that our Prime Minister was hosting a forum in which she was opening up herself and her cabinet directly to questions from citizens without any kind of caveats as to the nature of those questions, what they were about. took himself from where he was and said, I needed to be there in order to participate and experience the level of democratic discussion that was happening. And I say that, Mr. President, to say that the issues of debt are extremely important to every single citizen, and the fostering of discussion around the dimensions of it, what we do with it, how we finance it, are important conversations to have. And certainly, again, I am quite delighted that we have the level of conversation that it's having now within our society. And I say that even in the context of if it is unfavorable to our government, and even, Mr. President, as I experienced, unfavorable to me. But the fact is that a government that has the level of majority that we have is a government that has to listen, is a government that has to be reflective. And again, I believe that if we are fair, the record will show again that this government has continually attempted to engage and to be able to respond, and we will continue to do so. That is not to say that the engagement and the discussion around that has been perfect in all respects, but to say that we are committed to that engagement. The issue, Mr. President, of debt and the debt crisis is not one that only confronts Barbados. It is not one that only confronts the Caribbean or small island developing states. It's a global discussion, a global debate. We heard that in some countries there are riots and people on the streets. It is a global concern. And it is not just a concern for developing countries, it is a concern for developed countries as well. There are several developed countries that right now are contending with the issue of high indebtedness and how they will finance their development, Mr. President. Part of the reason why the issue perhaps touches us more in the context of Barbados and small island developing states has to do with the nature of our insertion into the global economy. And that insertion in the context even of the 2008 financial crisis has meant that where the crisis starts, not in the context of where we are, but in the context of the global north, that the impact filters down to us. It is about how we are inserted into the global economy. In the context of the debt crisis, analysts have suggested that we have now what is referred to as a perfect storm, Mr. President. We have high food and energy prices. We have global economic uncertainty in the context of the war in Ukraine as well, and also rising interest rates. And then, as well, for countries like us who have had to divert resources to deal with the COVID pandemic, we then have another layer in the context of that picture. So that the issues of debt are complex and that we have to be able to unwrap them and discuss them within a particular context. And certainly, the bill before us is attempting to provide the level of what we would call the fiscal policy space for countries like ours to deal with and address this issue of debt. Certainly, Mr. President, there are a number of lessons that have been learned, not only in the context of the COVID environment, but just generally as we attempt to navigate this issue of debt and how developing countries and small island developing states are able to respond in the current context. There are a number of lessons, like I said, Mr. President, that we've all recognized, and when I say we've all, the global debate in relation to these issues of debt. One, there's a recognition that traditional mechanisms of debt is not working for developing countries. It is that recognition that is fueling reform in the context of international financial institutions like the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, who are revamping their financial mechanisms because there is acknowledgement that in many cases, the strategies and policies that they are prescribing for developing countries in the context of addressing issues of debt are not working. The other lesson, Mr. President, is that concessional finance that comes sometimes in the form of loans have to be directed to addressing the fundamental social and economic development concerns of developing states. And again, Mr. President, you would say, well, that is obvious, but that is not so. If again we look back at the history of the international financial institutions and their interaction with us as developing countries, it was an interaction that was based on a prescriptive and directive modality where they wanted to tell us where the funds should go and what we should be doing in order to change and how we should be addressing governance. So that many times there was little space for us in the context of having to go to the international market for financing to be able to make sure that the financing that we received address our own identified social and economic concerns. And therefore, one of the lessons that has emerged is that those mechanisms need to be turned on their heads so that the priorities and issues are identified from developing countries like ours themselves as opposed to be imposed by IFIs. The third lesson, Mr. President, is that developing countries need a higher scale of financing that is released quicker. And that is important. The honourable member talked about the issue of climate change, which is quite vast and have multiple impacts. If we do not have mechanisms that are responsive and help us to address immediate concerns, then we have the possibility of facing disasters and then have the financing coming after. What is the use of financing that does not help us, as we talk about in the context of climate, to deal with issues of adaptation, Mr. President? And the fourth lesson, Mr. President, has to do with how do we build back better? And how do we build back better is speaking to how do we not just build back in the same context, but become more resilient. So then fundamentally, what is the nature of the financing packages? What is the nature of how we deal with debt management that is going to allow us to be more resilient? So that if we look at all of those lessons, it would have to lead, Mr. President, to the conclusion that we need different mechanisms, more innovative mechanisms that are more responsive. And therefore, this bill, Mr. President, is an attempt by the government of Barbados in order to ensure, as I said before, that we have that policy space, that fiscal wiggle room that allows us to be able to maneuver in the context of debt management. As we've heard, the issue is broader than just addressing issues of environment and climate, but the broader scope of sustainable development. But Mr. President, I hope that you permit me, because I do want to focus a little bit on the issue of climate change and the importance of ensuring that we have mechanisms that will allow us as a country to be able to address the issue of climate change. We have a situation, Mr. President, in which countries like us that are on the front line of the crisis. I want to repeat that, on the front line of this crisis, which means that we represent and are one of the countries that will face the devastating impacts of climate change, are not the main polluters. We are not the ones who are contributing to greenhouse gas emissions in a fundamental way. Our contributions are minuscule, Mr. President. But the impact on us is phenomenal. And the question that we have to face is, how are we going to finance the impact of climate change? And just by way of example, Mr. President, I want to remind, in 2017, Hurricane Maria in Dominica inflicted a staggering 226% GDP loss for the island from one single event. One single event. Estimates in the context of climate change suggest that we will see increased and stronger hurricanes, a rise in sea levels, longer dry seasons in a water-scarce country, longer dry seasons and shorter wet seasons, Mr. President. I saw a report recently that said that in the UK, that some 200,000 homes on the coast, some coast in the UK, was in danger of climate change, again by sea level rise. In the UK, 200,000 homes. We are all coast, Mr. President. We are all coast. Imagine that in the context of Barbados, in the context of climate change that I've described. Imagine Barbados facing a Category 5 hurricane. I was at a recent panel discussion, and one of the panelists, who was an academic from UWI, in discussing the whole issue of climate change and its impact, said very frontally that we are in danger, Barbados is in danger, if we don't address the issue of climate, of possibly becoming climate refugees. Of becoming climate refugees. And I'm not so sure, Mr. President, that we understood the very reality that Barbados, as we know it, could be faced. Barbados who love this rock. Barbados who believe that this is the best thing next to sliced bread and navel string berry here, that we could be faced because of a climatic event to become refugees. That we would have to leave our country and seek refuge other places. And this is because, Mr. President, that we have to understand that the impact of climate is, again, and you know, I'm hoping that we will have another debate where we can have a fuller discussion in terms of looking at the issues of climate change, which I will not do fully right now because we want to stay on topic. But the impact of climate change is multifold. It will impact food security. It will impact infrastructure. It will impact health. It will impact all areas of our lives. And therefore, we have to face a fundamental question of how will we finance that impact? How will we finance building resilience that is needed across all of the sectoral areas where this will become fundamental? A Cat 5 hurricane that will devastate tourism. Mr. President, what will that mean for this country? How will we bounce back? How will we rebuild? And it is the search for answering that question that has led us here in terms of looking for mechanisms, again, that are innovative and are not the traditional mechanisms that will have us just paying back loans at high interest rates as well. I want to point out, Mr. President, that currently 15% of the financing to deal with issues of climate, even in the context of loans, that only 15%, Mr. President, of the finance for addressing issues of climate are coming to countries on the front line of the crisis, while 75% of the poor live in middle-income countries that have been graduated from accessing concessional finance. And this is critical as well, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to state that one of the reasons why our Prime Minister is often on the world stage talking about these issues is not just because our Prime Minister likes to travel. I mean, in the context, regardless of what level of travel you are, travel is extremely onerous. Yeah, it's not a pleasant activity. We again, on a plane, just to go see another country. It is because in order to be able to unlock these discussions, in order to be able to make a case for innovative financing mechanisms, we have to be in the spaces where the global debate is. And our Prime Minister is given leadership to this because she understands very much, intimately so, that for us, unless we are able to unlock these mechanisms, we stand the risk of not being able to have, as I keep saying, that necessary wiggle room, that necessary policy space that is so critical in terms of us being able to address this question of financing and being able to manage our debt responsibly, Mr. President. I believe that is what the citizens of Barbados is asking us to do, and we are responding, Mr. President. I want to say that even outside of the bill that is in front of us, in terms of looking at the counter guarantee, debt conversion and debt swaps, this government is also the largest issuer of natural disaster clauses. Again, Mr. President, looking for innovative mechanisms to address the issues of debt. And under these clauses, which include pandemics, once an independent agency has determined that there is a disaster, debt service then is suspended for 2 years and added to the back end of the loan at a rate of interest that ensures that no loss, that the lender will have no loss. So again, Mr. President, looking for mechanisms, looking for non-traditional mechanisms to be able to address the issue of debt while we balance our need to deal with the things that confront us in the context of climate change, sustainable development, natural disasters. And I want to reiterate, Barbados is one of the largest issuers, this small island state, one of the largest issuers of natural disaster clauses. The analysis suggests, Mr. President, in the context of the pandemic, that if we were able to have greater consensus, and even if that developing countries had these clauses integrated into their loan facilities, that it would have released $1 trillion for developing countries to address the COVID-19 pandemic, tripling the size of their fiscal response to the pandemic. Mr. President, I also want to remind the Honourable Chamber that just a couple of weeks ago, and forgive me if I don't quote that correctly, time is moving so fast, we had the visit here of the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. And she came to Barbados not by accident, not because she was looking for some place to go. She came to Barbados because, as she indicated, that our Prime Minister has been a champion, again, for innovative financing mechanisms that the International Monetary Fund itself was responding to in the context of its Resilience and Sustainability Trust. to provide concessional financing that would be given, particularly, this is extremely important, that we made available to middle-income countries that previously would have been considered as graduating out from that access to those concessional funds, to be able now, in the context of the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, to again have access to that financing, which will be repaid over 20 years, and the IMF Managing Director indicated that this is the longest time that they have given in the context of IMF facilities for loans to be repaid, with a 10.5-year grace period for repayment, Mr. President. And she gave kudos to our Prime Minister for championing that initiative. One of the other things, Mr. President, that we have been doing as a government on the global scale is arguing for the recognition of vulnerability that goes beyond an analysis of our GDP as the framework. So that we have argued that vulnerability should be measured by the fact that a country can have the strong likelihood of experiencing a climate event that will impact 5% or more of GDP in one event. And again, that is something that we have been speaking to not only for Barbados, but for other small island developing states as well. Because if we can get the international community to be able to recognize and agree to that notion of vulnerability, again, it can help us unlock concessional financing. My final point, Mr. President, is that we not only have to ensure that we have the mechanisms and the innovative mechanisms that are there, because you can have a framework, and that's fine. But we have to be sure that those frameworks that are developed allows us, as I said before, to be able to access the financing without having to jump through too many hoops and quickly. Recently, and again a couple of months ago, I was in Copenhagen at a meeting looking at implementation for COP27. And one of the issues that was discussed was the issues of climate finance and developing countries being able to unlock the financing mechanisms that were available. And I was able to hear colleagues from the Pacific speaking to the fact that where there are mechanisms and financing mechanisms that are available, that sometimes it took almost a year, Mr. President, to get a concept note, not the project proposal, the concept note through. Do you know how many climatic events we could have in a year as you are writing a concept note? So that one of the other areas of advocacy that we have been doing in the context, Mr. President, of addressing these issues of debt and creating the wiggle room is that the issue of accessing, the issues of how these mechanisms treat to capacity within countries in order to be able to unlock the mechanisms, how they treat to the level of the onerous nature of what they require, then has to be taken on board in the context of the emergency, in the context of the urgency of the issues that we have to deal with. While we do not want to shirk our responsibility to make sure that there's a robust process, that there must be some attention paid in the context of how we access those instruments. Mr. President, as I close, again, I want to fully support, as I've heard on this floor as well, by the other speakers who have gone before me, their support for this mechanism as an innovative mechanism, as an attempt by the government of Barbados in order to be able to ensure that we can address the issues of debt management responsibly, Mr. President. I thank you. I'm obliged.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Her Honor to Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think that many of the presentations which have been made so far sort of wind their way naturally into some of the comments that I propose to make. I want to start with congratulations, as I did in my first intervention today, and this time for the transparency with which the government treated to the issue of laying in Parliament within 30 days any counter agreement so that the Parliament can have full oversight of the terms, and by extension, the public is aware of what the government is committing the taxpayers to. That is important because we have lived through myriad kinds of loans and loans agreements and rumors of loans and loans agreements and uncertainty about loans and loans agreements and fear of loans and loans agreements, particularly because we had reached a stage where we had a debt to GDP ratio of about 178% or so up to 2018, and then we saw it go down to 123% by 2019, and then rise again with COVID, where it is about 130, 132%. So the public has a fear, and I think that we are a risk-averse society, and therefore we have a fear of debt. Perhaps there has been a lot of entrepreneurship, but the reality is that a majority of Barbadians don't like debt. We fear it. But there is a nexus, when properly managed, between debt and development. That is so whether at the personal level or at the national level. For a majority of Black Barbadians, and perhaps for a significant number of Barbadians of other races, except within the Muslim community, where they tend to have arrangements for the sharing of capital and for co-financing and co-support for financing and investment, one would not ordinarily have, certainly not the one speaking, the kind of capital that would allow one to buy a property or a motor vehicle cash. You can't. You cannot afford it. Not the children of Black people in this country who are the descendants of slaves. Because when you work, you really, for a vast majority of Barbadians, you are 1 week or 1 month away from loss of job and everything that you have acquired if you lose your job. And therefore, putting yourself in debt, hanging your hat higher than you could reach, as Barbadians like to say, really is something that we fear, because we know poverty. That has been part of the cultural, the social, cultural, and social economic experience. And having known poverty, some of us are 1 or 2 generations away from poverty. You really do not want to return, and therefore you act in a very conservative way. And I want to say to the public that, as I made the point just now, there's a nexus between debt and development. That to develop, you often have to incur debt. That is true of the individual, it is true of the family, it is true of the nation state. The issue is not whether there is debt. The issue is whether you are paying 32 cents per dollar in debt or 68 cents as we were paying under previous administration. So that if your debt repayments are consuming your dollars, then you cannot develop. But if you reduce your debt repayments, as in fact you've reduced your debt to GDP ratio, if you manage well, if you incentivize your productive sectors so that your productive sectors are generating revenues and foreign exchange to meet your debt service, then incurring debt is not necessarily a problem. It is the management or the mismanagement of your debt profile and your debt service against your revenue and foreign exchange earnings that becomes the challenge or the difficulty. And therefore I say to the public, you need not fear, because to date, this administration has managed well against some of the most difficult social and economic and international circumstances that a government has had to face historically. This mechanism before the chamber, and others have spoken to it, is not a loan in the traditional sense of the word. It is really a form of innovative financing and a mechanism by which you sell your debt. The debt is purchased not at full market value, and the savings that you effect, you are asked to put in, well, in the typical debt for nature swap, which went out of popularity but are coming back, are experiencing a surge in popularity again. In the typical debt for nature swap, the savings that are affected or the revenues that are affected from the sale are put into particular nature-based solutions for environmental development and sustainability. This particular mechanism, at which the government of Barbados is looking on behalf of the people of Barbados, casts the net wider and goes from environmental to social to economic purposes for which these savings can be applied. And Senator Drakes was right when she spoke to the fact that if done properly, these mechanisms or this mechanism will cause investments in projects not only at the macro level but at the micro level in communities, so that small farmers in a community may be able to benefit. A group could get together and decide that they're going to invest in a solar farm. You may be able to do gully exploration and replanting for tourism purposes, so you bring tourists into it. You could have, do something in the nature of sustainable consumption and production by bringing in communities or bringing other people into your community to experience Barbadian culture and food. So you would have Barbadian and entertainers not on stage, as Senator John was telling us today, but performing in the community with aunties and mummies and people cooking food, doing other things. The landship may be there, Tukban may be there, so that you can have community-based activity and jobs and benefits being generated at the micro level, at the community level, to the individual, to the working class. So this is a mechanism that has the potential to unlock further development, to invest in social, economic, and environmental measures for the wider community. I am particularly concerned about the environmental benefits which could accrue to us. Environment is regarded as one, along with society and economy, or social and economic considerations, as one of the three pillars of development as defined by the Brundtland Commission and accepted now at the international level. I've spoken in this chamber before about the extent to which our future development is predicated on the protection of our environmental base. We cannot so overexploit our natural resources that we cannot sustain the economic gains or growth that those environmental resources produce. Already, we are seeing the impacts in relation to climate. where anthropogenic activity, human activity, whether it is flying, driving, digging up on the soil and not replanting or not putting in nutrients so that the soil catches itself. There are a number of activities that are affecting the level of carbon emissions, which is driving what we are calling the climate crisis. And since Barbados, like other small island developing states, such as those in the Caribbean, are on the front line of the climate crisis, we have to find innovative means of financing our climate response. And we have to do so because, as Senator Monroe Knight said, the reality is that we are highly climate vulnerable in the Caribbean every hurricane season and even outside of hurricane season, because we are prone to earthquakes, we are prone to volcanoes, etc. We can experience an event that is cataclysmic, that is a wipeout event, or that impacts 5% of GDP or more. Senator Monroe Knight rightly spoke to the impact that Maria had on Dominica, taking out 225% of its GDP. Hurricane Dorian took out 100% of the GDP of the island of Abaco in the Bahamas, and 30%, $3.4 billion of the Bahamas GDP. Hurricane Ivan took out 95% of housing and 150% of the GDP of Grenada. Hurricane Maria caused the island of Barbuda to be abandoned. People had to leave. So the notion of a climate refugee, and in fact, environmental considerations are now the largest driver of refugeeism in the world. So that the notion that Caribbean people could be climate refugees is not far-fetched. It has already happened. People in the Bahamas had to leave the Bahamas after Dorian because there was nowhere to live or make a living. People in Barbuda, well, luckily Antigua was the sister isle and they could go to Antigua, but in Dominica, for instance, after Maria, children came to Barbados and young people to go to school. Sorry? Montserrat, the volcano in Montserrat not only has decimated life and livelihoods, but Montserrat has climate refugees living all over the Caribbean. And you can cite other examples. And when you layer this on the fact that the region is as water stressed and water scarce as sub-Saharan Africa, a region which is dependent on tourism, and tourism consumes natural resources, then you begin to understand why it is imperative that a government which cannot access concessionary financing because it is classified as middle income and well off, why a government that cannot get certain types of grants in the international marketplace has to find innovative means of financing its own development and crafting a response to the climate crisis which builds resilience at the level of the citizen and at the level of the country. So that our protection for environment relates to protecting agriculture and food security and nutrition. It relates to tourism. It relates to sustainability. It relates to resilience. It relates to replenishment of our soils. Issues like the exploitation of our resources. It is a critical component of what this financing mechanism is intended to do, and therefore is a primary shield and protector against the challenges and the development difficulties that we are facing as a nation. I am pleased to say that this response of the inclusion of these particular elements really again puts us on the boundary of making groundbreaking policy decisions. We did so when Barbados became the first country in the hemisphere to develop a green economy policy in 2007. We did so when we developed a Ministry of the Blue Economy. We did so when we developed disaster relief clauses, and Senator Monroe Knight spoke to that. If we had disaster relief clauses relating that included pandemics, for instance, or just disasters, rather defining them as natural disasters, during the pandemic, we would have been able in this country to liberate more than 7% of GDP and use for pandemic relief purposes. So this is part of it isn't just that the government is talking about becoming innovative. It is that the government is creating new ways to put financial mechanisms in place without crippling the country with debt. So the people, the taxpayers, need to understand what is happening. And I agree with Senator Dr. Hines, who spoke about the need for further explanation and elaboration so that the public can have clarity. Now, that is not only for those of us in the other place and in here to do, but it is for our public education and public information arms to break these things down into digestible pieces of information and put them out on social media. And I hope that if we do so, we will not be accused of campaigning, but we will be complimented for public education. We have to look at the issue of blue and green bonds, because this too is a way of raising capital. People in the diaspora are keen to invest in Barbados. There are people here who have access to capital. The reality is, as I said, I think last week or week before, COVID has made millionaires and multimillionaires and billionaires across the world. I mean, I did some research to see what were the companies, who were the individuals that had been made wealthy as a result of COVID. And it's fascinating. People who make masks and PPE, people who are responsible for Zoom and other communication platforms, people who are responsible for online recreational activity. There are a whole number of people who have really been enriched as a result of the COVID crisis. And Mr. President, sir, as my mother would say, don't doubt God. They got people out here who make a lot of money too. They certainly did. Supplying hotels and tourism facilities with exclusive concierge services for vaccinations. Examining tourists and so in hotels, going to people's homes and giving vaccinations and doing COVID testing, which of course there was a huge market for. In fact, it was, sorry? Hotels. The hotels made, but the interesting about it though, yes, the hotels made money too, because they charged a fee, you paid them, and then they paid some of the doctors and so on. But the doctors were not charging light for all of those that here who are part of the medical profession. The reality is that they were having the testing done, and in the government labs, free of charge. And and applying the tests for hundreds of dollars. I confess, that I made use of some of the concierge services myself. But the wider point that I'm making is this, that there are opportunities for money to be made, for innovation, even in the context of crisis. And if we put particular mechanisms in place, then we can be protected. There are a number of purposes since the legislation, I beg your pardon, the guarantee speaks to social, economic, and environmental. I want to suggest some of the uses to which a mechanism of this sort can be put. First, I would like to suggest that we need to be prepared for the next pandemic, whatever form it comes in. And therefore, I am going to ask government for the establishment of a pandemic trust fund to deal with any upcoming crisis or pandemic in the future, whether it is from out of an antimicrobial a challenge, or whether it is a pandemic that comes out of nowhere as COVID, as a novel coronavirus did. But money should definitely go into some sort of trust fund for the future. I think too that at the social level, we need to consider, and the member for St. Michael, Trevor Prescott, what, Southeast? No, that's not. East. For St. Michael East is constantly talking about an intervention in relation to men and something that will reduce the level of recidivism and something which addresses the level of violence amongst young men well, not inner cities, but what we call in the Caribbean, ghetto communities in urban Barbados. These are ripe for social intervention, and when we have external resources coming in, if we are affecting savings on debt, we have to look at saving our society, saving our people. That has to be a priority. Equally, violence against women, girls, and children is something that needs to be addressed. So that is another area to which we should give consideration, along with the investment in small and micro businesses, particularly those owned by women. And I say that deliberately because women often get great difficulty accessing capital from the formal system, from the banking system. It is a tragedy that many women go to banks and are still asked to bring their husbands. As a professional woman, I have experienced that, going into the bank, owning a building from which I practice law, wanting to buy a bigger building, going into the bank to negotiate with the bank, and being asked to bring my husband. And I had to say to them, I am a lawyer. I studied law. I have a legal practice. My husband has never gone into a law book a day in his life. What would I be bringing him in here for? And the officer and I looked at each other. Suffice it is to say, I didn't bring my husband and I didn't get the loan. But I was determined that either you were prepared to accept that I was a trained professional running a business, making money, servicing all my loans properly. And I didn't have no big lot of loans, sir. So I really think that insofar as micro businesses, as small businesses, and female-owned businesses still have great difficulty getting loans from the banking system, insofar as we want to create opportunities for those who are unbankable in this country, not because they really are, but because the banking system is so rigid, so rules-oriented, and owned outside of Barbados with no sympathy or empathy or understanding of the social, cultural conditions of the country. In a country where mortgage default is lower than the rest of the world, you would still get hell trying to get a mortgage in Barbados. So I believe that capital, which is the fuel of the economy, has to be liberated so that Black people in this country and working class people and people with aspirations to be more than the circumstances of their birth, people who have an idea that want to develop it, that can do well. This is how Microsoft grew. This is how Google grew. A lot of these big businesses, these macro entities globally, particularly in the technology sector, started in garages, in basements, as micro enterprises. But you have to get the opportunity and you have to get the capital. I found it easier as a Black woman in the United States, setting up an account, a personal account and an account for a business, walking into a bank where nobody knows me, to set up a business than to walk into a bank in my own country and to say that I want to set up a business. You are asked to bring all kinds of evidence and certificates, but I don't want, Mr. President, sir, for you to haul me in, as you had to do earlier, but because I don't want to stray outside, I will return to the four parameters, the four lines, sir, of the boundary here, and continue by making the point, going on to another component of the point, which is, I know that this is a form of financing which is new to the public of Barbados, but as Senator Hines and Senators Hines and Drakes indicated, it is not new globally. These have been in vogue since the 70s and 80s. They fell out of fashion, as I said, and then they came back in. Countries which did the debt forgiveness included countries like Switzerland and the United States, Holland and Canada, Belgium, Sweden, France, and some of the beneficiary countries have been Angola, the Solomon Islands, Jamaica has been a substantial beneficiary of this form of financing, of innovative financing. The Maldives, I think, Bolivia, Egypt, Peru. So in Latin America and Africa, in other regions of the world, this is a mechanism which has been widely used, and it has been used effectively in small island developing states. So we don't have to fear, or the public need not fear, that this is some kind of new form of experimentation with the taxpayers' funds. This is an established mechanism for creating financing and bringing it into the economy at not even at cost, because the taxpayers are benefiting, they are not paying. It involves debt forgiveness, and then you take those resources that you would have applied to your debt repayment and you put it into development financing. It really is a very effective tool, and I'm glad to see that this administration is going to employ it. I was pleased to hear the visit of the IMF has been mentioned. I was pleased to hear that the IMF has taken on board the arguments of the Prime Minister and government of Barbados relating to the use of SDRs and special drawing rights, which is like a trust fund. I'm explaining for members of the public who may not be familiar with the language. Special drawing rights is a sort of trust fund that is available at the international level from the international banking system when there are emergency or crisis events. Larger countries have access to larger amounts of money, and what Barbados has been arguing is that, look, since you have SDRs to the developed world, since you have SDRs available to you, which gives you capital that you are not using, why don't you lend it to us for development purposes at concessionary rates over a long period for prescribed functions, not that you will determine the policy, we will determine the policy and what the investment will be in. But you would know, for instance, that the monies could be applied for natural disasters, resilience building, financing, climate change, engineering, to cite some examples. And speaking of climate change engineering, sir, I think that this would be an appropriate place to make the point when we talk about climate change has a cost. We talk all the time about climate change and we think only of it in the context of the increased heat. We don't see it in the context of the increasing habitats of mosquitoes, for instance, and the fact that that has an impact on disease. We don't think of it in the context of expenditure that government would not have to make would it not be for the climate crisis, and the diversion of capital from other development activity into either climate adaptation activity or climate mitigation activity. Barbadians compliment the boardwalks, particularly the one on the South Coast. Many do not realize that the boardwalk was not built for recreation. It was designed for recreation as part of an engineering intervention to stabilize the beach and the coastline, to help with sand nutrition, to protect the coast, and ultimately to help with beach and marine protection. There was a cost to that, a high cost. We built one on the West Coast. We did the South Coast, and so on. So that is exactly the kind of activity that this model of capital raising would finance. So that government does not have to look to its budget, but it can look to these savings and look to the financial mechanisms such as this to do our climate adaptation and our climate mitigation and the kinds of interventions that we are going to need to protect us in a situation where extreme weather events are increasing in number, in intensity, and in frequency, and where we are living in a region where we are regarded as the second most disaster-prone area in the globe, having been so defined by the IDB. And I go then, sir, from that to what is my final point. The issue of raising capital, particularly for climate change, mitigation, adaptation, and resilience building, is one which has to be an underpinning policy of all administrations in Barbados and the Caribbean because of the high vulnerability which our countries face. In that context, our international advocacy has been on point. And let me make the point that we are not advocating at the international level for some kind of paternalistic generosity from the developed countries. Our argument is clear. You are responsible for climate change and the worst of climate change impacts because of the level of your emissions. You therefore bear a responsibility to address it by finding capital to protect those persons whom you have forced on to the front line of the crisis. That's really what it is about. It is about accepting responsibility for action. That is what happens in civil law. It is what happens in criminal law. It is what happens in tort. It is what happens in environmental law. The polluter pays. And that is all we are saying, that the cost is high. You have brought us there. You cannot stab me and then sit down and tell me, well, Kadir, you look hurt. You better call an ambulance. Morally, who would accept that? And that is where we are. And the point that I want to make is this. If we are talking then about raising capital and innovative capital, we have to look at out-of-the-box ways of doing so. And I've indicated through the course of this speech the way the Prime Minister have spoken and Professor Avinash Prasad have piloted the whole issue of SDRs, the way we've done with the blue economy, the green economy, the way we have done with disaster relief clauses. There is now one more mechanism that I am suggesting we need to put on the table in the international forum. There is a mechanism at the international level known as RED, R-E-D-D, and RED Plus. Through it, countries which have heavy forest cover, because the trees sequester carbon, countries with heavy forest cover can access financing through bilateral or multilateral mechanisms and negotiation with countries which are huge carbon emitters. And they can then take that capital and put it into climate prevention activities or climate change prevention activities. They can put it into environmental protection activities. It is my contention, and has been my contention for some time, that since we know that the ocean is a very effective carbon sink, and that small island developing states like Barbados have a terrestrial space of 166 square miles, but 432 square kilometers, but a marine space, a maritime space of 186,898 square kilometers, that we should be arguing to the international community that our marine territory is acting as a very effective carbon sink, for which we should be compensated and for which we should be able to access a precise and determinable quantum of capital to pursue blue and green economy activities, because we are providing a global environmental service. In the same way that those with heavy forest cover can enter into bilateral and multilateral negotiations and get capital for the work that their trees are doing and for the environmental good which their trees are providing, surely those of us which are big ocean states, not only small island developing states in terms of your terrestrial space, but big ocean space, large marine territory, should we not benefit from the social and environmental good and the economic good and purpose which our ocean territory is serving for our region and for the world? And I believe that it is an argument which we now need to advance so that that too becomes an area of innovative financing for our region and for our country, in an environment where, because we are classified as middle income countries, we cannot get concessionary financing, even though our debt to GDP ratio is high. And even though we live on the cusp of a wipeout event, our GDP is still considered as the only criteria for determining not vulnerability, but GDP, for determining whether we should have access to capital. And Senator Monroe was right. Financing way after the natural disaster comes, when you don't know how much money you will or will not get because you are depending on gifts from people, does not make sense. What we need is clear, determinable financing mechanisms that allow us to plan our development trajectory and protect ourselves from the disasters and from the climate crisis, which is not of our own making. It is in this context, therefore, that I support this measure entirely and give that full support to the government of Barbados.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Senator Thompson. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want, first of all, to thank all of the honorable senators who have spoken. I believe in my introductory speech, I did say that I would introduce the bill, give the context for the bill, outline what the bill aimed to accomplish, but that I was confident that there were those in this honorable chamber for whom this is something that is a lived day-to-day passion. And so I wasn't a prophet, but I expected the kinds of contributions that I heard coming from around the honorable chamber tonight. And I think that we have been, very enriched by the contributions made in the first instance by Senator Hines. I think we take the point that this is, in fact, and I think I said this when I opened, a small bill with a huge impact. And we very much can benefit from the kind of public information that Senator Thompson made a reference to, whether it be by press conferences, social media, digestible bites, or any type of public information which the public asks for. And we provide it willingly and regularly, even though sometimes to do so in response to requests for information is described in different terms. But we have a responsibility to share as much information as often as we have it, and I think this is one of those things that we need to be able to do it on. Senator Dr. Brathwaite, I want to also express appreciation for your comments. I think they also were important, and Senator Monroe Knight and Senator Thompson gave a great detailed elaboration of the importance of the mechanism to the overall sustainability agenda for Barbados. I want to perhaps just close with a little bit of context again, just for the benefit of the Honorable Chamber. Mr. President, in 2020, when COVID struck, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, 18% of Barbados's GDP was wiped out. 18%, 1-8. And if we park that number, Mr. President, and use the example of it, I believe that Senator Drake's, in her contribution, she spoke about the number of countries that have used this mechanism for different purposes. And if we take into consideration the number that I just gave, 18% of GDP in 2020 wiped out from COVID-19. In Belize, Mr. President, one of the examples used by Senator Drake for this particular type of mechanism, it said that under an agreement identical to this, the TNC, the Nature Conservancy, lent funds to Belize to buy back $553 million in a super bond. This represented, Mr. President, a striking 10% of that country's GDP. You understand, Mr. President, therefore, what we're talking about in terms of wiping out debt, contributing to underwriting the environmental agenda of a nation, and then finding alternative mechanisms, as was described by Senator Hines, for converting debt into investment. Mr. President, this is perhaps one of the flagship measures of this administration to be able to treat to the question of sustainability while managing our debt effectively and in a transformational way without kicking that debt down the road to future generations, as has been a consideration for, as has been part of the conversation. So, Mr. President, I just wanted to put that further context on the table, and with these few words, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honour do now leave the chair and the Senate dissolves itself into committee for further deliberation on this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honourable Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1,
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 1 stand part.
Question is that clause 1 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
clause 2,
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that clause 2 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 2 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor kindly say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that clause 3 stand part.
The question is that clause 3 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
clause 4,
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that clause 4 do now stand part.
Question is that clause 4 do now stand part. Will all honorable members in favor say aye? Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
clause 5,
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that clause 5 stand part.
The question is that clause 5 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. And those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
clause 6,
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that clause 6 do now stand part.
The question is that clause 6 do now stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
clause 7,
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that the final clause of this bill, clause 7, do now stand part.
Question is that clause 7 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
report.
Madam Deputy President, I beg to move that you do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Debt Conversion Counter Guarantee Act 2022.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Debt Conversion Counter Guarantee Act 2022. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now so passed and cited. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I wish, first of all, to thank all honorable senators for having spent the day and the early part of the night here. It has been a long day, and I appreciate the contributions. I acknowledge that we were here from early this morning. We did one bill, and then in the latter part of the evening, we had a substantial discussion on the second bill, and I want to thank the honorable senators for their continued commitment to the debate and the conversation around leading the country and the policy process. I wish at this time, Mr. President, to beg the adjournment of the Senate sine die.
The question is that the Senate do now adjourn sine die. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Sitting stands adjourned. Sanitary.